They can now hear us. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this voice through of Pyre.
Tasch is gone.
Tasch has left. Perfect. Booming start.
Tasch is gone.
All right.
She's just like, bye.
We're starting with high stakes. We're starting on a retrieval arc today.
Tasch was like, no.
No. So that's that. But
I
it's
refuse.
okay. I'll be filling in for Faye. Hey everybody! I sure do love nature.
Perfect.
So I think I have that on lockdown. Oh yeah, I got to share the screen so you guys can actually see it. That would make sense.
Oh.
Let's see. It would help you to read.
Okay, sorry. I'm here for real now.
Gosh, we're on air.
Sorry. I thought you gave up. I thought you were just like.
I fucked up. I didn't quite catch your 1 sec, and so I was like, all right, we're going. And then as soon as I was like,
No,
we're on air,
no,
so he was like, she's gone.
She's
No,
gone.
it was just... Listen, I was like, oh god, wait, no, I have to piss. I'm so nervous about today's stream. You guys don't understand, okay? I'm like, and I didn't want to, oh god. I was like, okay, do I say it? But I was like, oh wait, he might be hitting live now. I do not want the first thing that's audible on this fucking VOD, this finale VOD.
Oh shit, I gotta piss.
Oh, I gotta piss, guys. I'll be right back.
And then it was.
No one needs to know about my bladder, but now you do. Congrats. Jesus Christ, I'm not emotionally
Welcome to
prepared.
knowing about Tasha's bladder.
Shut up.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Damn it.
But indeed, it is the final Pyre stream. We'll be here
Nice
for a
desktop.
bit today. We have a lot to. What's that?
Nothing.
All right. Sorry, I was fucking with stuff. So okay, we're good. We
Okay.
do indeed have much to go over today, and we will be here for a bit on this stream. Hang on, I'm just checking some. I have notes for today. Like we're in. I have like notes for things I want to go over at certain points and times. But I'll hit those when we get there. And
I
we
did
are nowhere near it yet.
full fucking warm-up routine too. Like, I am in this. I'm not ready, but I'm trying to be ready. I was reading fucking Wikipedia articles about quantum physics out loud. I'm like, I have got to have my fucking cold reading game on point for this, okay?
I didn't prep at all.
You don't need to. You're a fucking god or whatever.
I mean, if you think though, but like, I didn't prep at all.
Hey, you know what? fuck prep.
Two strategies.
Not,
It's the anxiety. Don't get me wrong. It's the anxiety. Okay.
don't worry. We'll fuck it up all equally with or without prep. It's all good.
Yep. Exactly.
Not a Vampire donated $2. Thanks, Not a Vampire. And it says, "Don't worry, this isn't a voice request. I'm not going to be in chat today, so consider this my contribution. Please bully the voice and also Arkham in my absence." Okay, thanks, bye. Well, thanks for stopping by, Not a Vampire. Good to see you. You have yourself a good one. Yes. So, all right. Well, I've done it every other week, so I might as well do it this one too. Hello, everybody. This is Pyre. This is our voice through of Pyre, in which myself, Tasch, and Seigi all go through the game and voicing the dialogue and narration in the game. I've also put a little bit of a text in chat so you can sort of read about the general lowdown here. But yeah, we go through the game and have the experience of going through it. I have played through this game multiple times and know pretty much everything about it. These two never have, so please no spoilers for them regarding the story. And furthermore, no spoilers for stories we're not experiencing in Pyre, because Pyre choices do stuff. I like the idea that somebody could watch this stream, see one line of events, and then go play and have their own line of events. So I want to avoid other timeline spoilers as well.
Multiverse timeline.
And then These streams are a little different than the usual you might be used to on this channel. They're a little bit more genuine, a more legitimate attempt to go through and actually experience the game and like actually voice the content in the game. We still fuck around and like have our jokes or whatever, but you know it's a little bit more of an honest approach to actually like experiencing the content, and they're also very different in that I don't do the donation voice requests during these streams, as you'll see Nightbot spam a lot to try to avoid confusion. I don't do the donation voice requests during these streams because I'm already juggling the logistics of the playthrough and everything, and throwing it in with that would kind of be a little bit difficult for me to manage. So we don't do that. What else? What else do I always tell them about Pyre? Oh yeah, there's also, Tasch is linking it in chat right now, in case you did want to catch up before watching the finale. There are the VODs, which are either on Twitch, or I also have a YouTube VOD archive channel, Get Gianni, which is linked in the About section, or on the, or beneath the stream, depending on your layout. And there's also a VOD playlist Tasch is linking. I didn't make the playlist, somebody did. I think it was Tasch who made the playlist, or Higgs made it, and then
Higgs made one, I made an updated one, so it has our info and links in the description of the playlist as well.
Cool. So that's there for those who don't want to jump right into the end. But that's more or less the lowdown for our Pyre voice through. I'm ready.
I'm not.
Ready to see where we go on this fateful night. Let's jump in there.
Okay.
So when we last left off, we liberated Sir Gilman, and we are currently under the belief that we're going to go, I believe, challenge the fate for one rite before the final liberation rite, as the cycle of rites has increased faster and faster, and now they're just kind of back to back. So we think we're going to go challenge the fate for one more rite before the final liberation rite. And we don't know how it's all going to go down. We know Oralek is out and about. He's made that quite apparent, but we don't know exactly what he's up to.
Yeah, I was expecting him to show up during the last thing, and he hasn't yet, so that's great.
We know the rites seem to be drawing to a close and are picking up more and more, and we don't know how it's going to go down or if everyone's going to get out. If, you know, we still have 3 Nightwings, and of course ourselves, the readers, so 4 Nightwings, who are still down here in the downside, and with the rites seeming so close to being done, we don't know if everyone's gonna make it up top. But I guess we'll have to find out how this goes. But of course... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was like, I don't know if... Because I know there was the whole thing of, like, you have to have a triumvirate to do the rites. So it's like, we send one more person, and then we only have 2 people left anyway to, like, actually run it. So...
We know,
I don't know
how we've been told things work. But we don't... It is clear that what's happening is different. This is... What we're experiencing is sort of an... It seems like the end of what has been the way things are for a long time. So things
I'm expecting them to mix it up, but
could. I'm not saying will, but we just don't know for sure. We can't like really make any hard predictions about structure because things are weird right now. Things are a little fucked. It's all fucked up.
It's all fucked up.
Let me just see what... I want to make sure I'm not forgetting... Okay, no, she's good. You're good, Sandra. Toodaloo. But what's everybody
I'm more than good.
Good, Sandra. She's training herself before she was laughing softly at something. Pamitha's exploring with Faye. Faye's exploring with Pamitha. And Tizo's running the centrifuge. And that's all we have left. Everybody else is out of here. Oh, you know what? We didn't read this description. The solid shell. The sparkly thing in its center is, in fact, its heart, which it airs out from time to time. A keepsake from the Sea of Solace. Only a monster would attempt to remove the heart, or would have the strength.
Oh my god.
And there is something else we need to read. A new entry in the Book of Rites. You thought I forgot. I didn't forget. So, we got a new page here. We read this one. We read this one. We read this one. Yes. And I think we also read this one. Yes, the Worthy Shall Lead. And this one we read as well, which warns us of those who would read this book on the other side, as it is forbidden. And then we got this page on Legacy. Reader, though you shall always bear a burden, it is much lighter than the burden of a lonesome exile. Go forth and become free. Then join with others such as you and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth, and knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice. A voice both to the free and to your successors here, who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you, and others like you, shall be liberated ere the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all.
What?
That is from the Book of Rites.
Okay, so either Volford was like pulling our leg before, or we don't really know exactly how this thing works, or maybe this is just one of those, you know, in the next life you'll be gifted or whatever, you know, like what? God, Volford had to be testing us though.
I don't know.
Or maybe he didn't fucking read it. I don't know. That hypocrite. I can't decide what to feel about this right now. Oh god.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not sure what that entails though, or what that means.
Volford can read. That is true of us, bud. They did establish that Volford too is a reader. All right. With that, Volford didn't lie. He just gave you a spicy truth. Oh,
what do you say?
Spicy truth?
It's just the spicy truth. You wouldn't take the regular truth. Trust me, you wouldn't have known.
Yeah, I think Newbie Spud hit the nail on the head. It's possible to be a reader and partake in the rites. We're a reader but can't directly partake, which I think has an effect on our own liberation. I think, like, maybe as merely a reader, we can't just anoint ourselves. That might have been what he was alluring to.
Yeah, like there's some sort of alternate path, essentially, with the rites. It said something about the cycle will ensure, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, but that was kind of like...
Crit Fumble says, a reader anoints who leaves, therefore a reader cannot choose themselves. That makes sense.
I mean, like, I kind of thought of that, though. Like, when Volfred just out of nowhere was like, oh, yes, I'm part of the rites. I was like, you lying piece of shit. Like, you said you said readers can't do this. And then I was thinking about it. How was he in the Night Wings before if he wasn't the reader before? Who was the reader before? Well, it wasn't your ass.
Yeah, it was not Volfred.
You're right. Wait.
What did you do to him, Volfred?
Well, he said become a voice. Was it? Is it?
Was
the,
it?
The
Is
the
it?
shit fuck? Is it the? Brighton. That's his word. That's his name.
Was
God.
it the shit dog?
Yes. It does seem that way, doesn't it?
Oh my God! I assumed
Brighton
that.
Was a reader.
I assumed that Volfred was their reader, like that they brought him on to be that, and that Brighton just went through the rites. But I didn't think through that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about like Oralek too, because I was like, oh wait, could Oralek have been the reader? But no, Oralek is out here ducking all motherfuckers. So like, I was like, we'll see what's happening.
Yeah.
Oralek would have been a cool reader, let's be real, but he wouldn't have anointed himself.
I'm glad we discussed that though, because I did feel a little bit fuzzy about that. Yeah, but that makes sense to me. All right, but with that, let us continue our journey. It is daybreak. You are to set forth now for the Ridge of Gold for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty.
One last exile's final chance at liberty.
Let's get going, Nightwings.
I feel like that's the sound inside the Black Wagon. You have no idea where it's coming from.
I like
but
it.
like, and you can't see into the like area where the imps are working.
Oh,
you
it's the chastity! Eat shit, morons!
Oh god, they're not even talking shit anymore.
They don't care. They can't.
You don't even. Oh shit! Everybody's out here. Hey, it's fucking Lando! Lando, you pussy!
No.
Oh shit! He's got something to say. So the Nightwings darken our skies once more. We suffered much from the defeat you handed us last time. Until our next encounter on a sacred site, I told you to stay out of our way. Get out of my sight.
Is he really out there talking shit again?
He's out
Oh
there
my
talking
god.
shit. Yeah, fuck Lindell. Hey, what about the dissidents? They're just chilling down there.
Fuck
Love you,
you,
dissidents.
Oh my god.
Tariq even pulled out the weird, like, ethereal thing he does.
Oh, it's a night howler. Yeah. Never gets old. All right.
God.
We got
Every game. It does not matter the IP. Every game deserves a shitty spin-off racing title. And in this case, I want it to be very Mario Kart. You're switching between your Black Wagon and the
Super
Sky.
Giant Kart would
second.
kick ass. They should do a
my
Dream
God.
Match kart.
Yes! Between like all of the different characters from like all their games.
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
want to see
God.
a Bastion squirt behind the wheel ASAP.
I want to see just fucking literal like gods on their little tiny go-karts.
Boy. Oh, that's good shit. I'm into that.
The lady from Transistor just whips out her actual fucking sword and just cuts your thing in half. Like, God, it'd be so good.
Yeah. This is it took me a second. Edmilda and the fucking the goddamn oh shit, the Withdrawn. There we go. All right, let's see. I could talk for hours about Super Giant Kart. How's it going, Tempers?
Iggy!
Hey, wanna rumble here now, huh, Nightwings? Ain't gonna take us ain't gonna take us down like the last time. Sorry, I had an itch. It was behind my ear. Couldn't catch it. that legitimately, I actually had a weird itch, and I was like, anyway, too bad we all got somewhere else to be. But we Tempers sure are flattered that you took the time to ram right into us again. Sorry, peeked. Be seeing you around.
All right, bye.
Iggy is such a hard voice to do because of how guttural he has to be and how close I have to be.
Yeah.
But like anytime I want to get like really mad, I have to like whip my head back like 2 feet.
Yes.
Well,
so it doesn't,
I couldn't tell it was hard because you made it sound really easy because you're
just,
so perfect as Iggy.
Oh God. Again, of all of the characters, I did not expect to feel anything for him at all. I'm so upset. He comes out like a freaking just, typical asshole.
Oh yeah,
He's
I'm
like,
a fucking asshole. You fucking hate me.
Yeah. Like, he's a piece of shit. He's like hitting on Jody, and it's like, oh God, greasy, whatever. And then it's like, oh, but he's soft. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, him soft.
Yo, I'm ruined.
All right, what do we got here? Hollow Root, Lone Minstrel thinks there should be an expedient path to the Ridge of Goal. Or Blooming Pool. Pamitha says she can sway the coming right against the fate in your favor here. I'm sorry, Pamitha. I don't believe in fucking cheating. Although I'm sure maybe it's like some kind of like blessing or something. I don't know, but...
The blessing of some shit.
I mean, it could be, but there were some of the things where it's like, I'm gonna do this thing that will...
Yeah.
You wanna fuck with them? You wanna fuck with them?
Yeah, that will like directly fuck with them, so maybe...
I don't
prefer
wanna
not
fuck
to.
She's
I don't want
girl
to
bossing too close to the sun.
I don't want to
fuck with it, yeah.
cheat, especially
wanna
against
cheat.
the fate. The fate.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Especially against the fate. Yeah, for sure.
Of course not.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Let's-
All right.
let's kill Tariq instead
What you
for
got?
this.
What you got, Tariq? I'm sure you've got. What if Tariq like you land and he just pulls out a switchblade and he's like, I'm gonna go stab a dog.
All right, did you know that they have one cut to the jugular right there? It's so easy.
Jesus
Just like
Christ.
right there. I've done it in prison before. Yes, I've been.
Oh my God.
Tariq, what are you guys talking about?
Don't worry about
nothing,
it.
Nothing.
No,
Faye,
no,
nothing,
no.
nothing
It's
at all.
fine, Faye.
It's
No.
adult things, baby girl. Go back. Go back.
What do you have?
I don't have. I don't have anything. What are you talking about?
Faye, this is our letter opener. We were going through the mail.
I do tricks with it. No, check it out. Check it out.
That's cool. I like to just stab things with those.
What?
Oh. Yeah, that checks out.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's
Yeah.
that?
I mean,
Sorry,
she is.
calling me. Okay, bye. I gotta
All right,
go.
I mean, she is a survivor. That makes sense. That checks out, Tariq.
19 years old. I would expect
19
she
years,
knows how to
19
survive.
goddamn. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. All right, what do we got in the black
Been in the
wagon?
goddamn downside more longer than most of us.
Pamitha is no telling. Faye's eating with Tizo. Oh my God, you called it, Tasch. Faye's eating with Tizo.
I did. Oh God.
Tizo's eating with Faye. Tariq's sitting still, completely stunned by Faye's Faye's blade skills.
He's just like, I can't believe she's got a higher body count than me.
Sandra's doing nothing. Cool.
Not
Very
that way,
good.
chat. Not that way.
Okay, yeah, we already read
You really
that.
have to be careful what you say around them, you know.
Unfortunately, I already know they lewd me.
Oh, honey, you ain't seen anything yet.
I've seen it all.
Watch
Have you seen
yourself.
my eyes? I am able to see chat. It's unfortunate.
Tariq's Rule 34 search is like 20 pages long, and then he's like, "See, I've seen it all," and Sandra's like, "Oh, honey," and then she puts her name in, and it's like it loses count of how many pages.
9 zeros, not pages. Zeros. The O's in the Google, you know, when the search results just can you keep it?
Oh my
An
God.
O. 69 O's.
Oh, good job.
Good
Honestly.
job. Good
Been
job.
working on that for 800 years.
Well done.
Well, your figure in these people's eyes is impeccable. Except for those. Except for those. Those over there, I do not know why is your belly so big? Anyway.
Oh God, no, don't look at that one. We don't, no.
Let's check
Anyway,
in.
Rita, darling, what are you
Yeah?
doing? What are you up to, huh?
I'm gonna check with the lone minstrel, see what's going on. Says, as you look around the windswept fields stretching in every direction, the lone minstrel approaches and asks a moment of your time.
Reader, I believe I've located something of value, of some value, yeah. It's valuable. It was cast aside near to where we landed. Perhaps we can make use of it.
He hands you the item that he found and encourages you to take the rest of the day to rest and pursue your vocations.
Wait a minute.
What?
No, it's just like, did he just like manager you just walk up, hey buddy, how you doing?
Oh my God, you're right.
You can take the rest of the day off. Here,
Oh
take
my
this
God.
present.
Holy shit, you're right. Well, what'd he give me? He gave me gutter crabs? Assorted foul creatures, the gutter crabs of the downside, are edible only in the strictest sense of the word. And they have a decent value on them. Thanks for the crabs, Tariq. Are these?
Sure.
These are very alive. Okay, thank you. Let's stash it away. Hope I remember to do that. I hope I remember to take that out later and sell it or something. Okay. Let's.
Wait, are those crabs?
Yes, they are.
They're the
Faye.
best at raving, though. Can you like pour them out on the ground? I wanna.
Okay, honey. Here you go. Here's the bag.
you really
Here's the
letting the
bag of.
crabs
I
Here's
wanna
the bag
do
of
a
gutter
crab
crabs.
rave.
Please bring
I
them
wanna
back at some point. They may be going to Uncle Ron, so you got to bring them back at some point. But you can go do stuff with them. Go have your rave. Thank you, baby girl.
Faye proceeds to weaponize all of the crabs.
Crab
They
army.
all have knives.
Crab
Yeah.
army ending.
Are these the crabs that killed Amelia Earhart?
Oh my God.
What? Anyway, vocations. How those do? How those do?
Yeah, my vocation's right. So I don't think I need to mentor any. Wait, let me be sure of that. Not you. Tizo could maybe make it to 5, but I don't really know how useful that would even be for me. I think instead I'm just gonna forage.
Does Pamatha not need it?
Whoa, what the?
Oh, whoops, sorry. I guess I did.
I forgot about those.
I
forgot about the little picture things that pop
the
up.
Karate Kid.
Yeah. There,
The Aura like just jumping.
Oh yeah. God, yeah.
I was just like, there's definitely some kind of fucking weird, like, video that they're putting up now out of nowhere. That is just like, they're coming back.
You know what? I will mentor Pamatha, because she might make it to 4, and that would be pretty useful. And I clicked the button on accident, but you know what? Mistakes into miracles. Thanks, Tasch.
Sure. Fine then. Let us chat again. Hold on. God damn it! The warm-ups meant nothing. They meant nothing.
Yeah, they mean nothing.
They never do. They never mean anything.
Fine then. Let us chat together for a spell.
Pamatha gains a somewhat stronger grasp of how to better pass the celestial orb through strength of will and trust in one's triumvirate than through dexterity alone. She nods in understanding.
See, I could say all sorts of stuff about marked preponderance towards the development of superconductivity and quantum critical fluctuations, but no, simple conversation. I can't, I guess. I just can't. I can't get my mind around it. I don't understand. Anyway, you know that we can all feel your guidance when we have the orb, don't you, reader darling?
Aw.
So you just walked over and were like, all right, dribble drills.
Yes, it's time. Don't worry, Tasch. Right before the stream, I had like a minute to have a lunch, and I bit the shit out of my tongue. My mouth is going to be filling with blood this whole stream. I will be tasting blood until the end of the show, which honestly is kind of fitting. I think we all will in our own way.
You're gonna wash it out with water. It's gonna be like irony.
Oh, it's all blood. It's fine.
Oh God.
But I'm sure this will have an effect on my own narration skills later in the game.
Yo, I'm ruined physically. It's all fucked up.
It's okay. I feel normal. I needed more iron anyway. Hey, thanks Titan Dark Knight for throwing 100 bits at us. Appreciate it. All right, woo! That's a mentorship done. Let us continue our journey.
The Ridge of Gola.
Down to the Ridge of Gol, where we are to conduct the rites against Dalbert and the Fate.
Dadbert?
Yeah, that works. He wouldn't mind being called Dadbert. He'd be like, oh.
He would.
Oh God.
That exact sound.
What do we got here at the Slug Market? Ron!
Oh God.
Oh, hey, guys. Hey, you know, it seems so awful quiet now, I gotta say, without that slippery little character who used to hang around with you. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
The one that was always doing, like, heroic speeches and talks like this a lot. You know what I mean? You know, like,
That was exactly like him, Falcon Ron.
Aw, thanks. I've been, you know, I've been practicing, but I hope he found that honor thing he's always going on about. We don't got that in stock just now, though.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm gonna cry. All right. All right. You can have a mushroom. You can have a berry. Faye, yeah, the crabs. Bring them over. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, in the bag, though, Faye. Oh, Jesus, man, they pinch hard. Fuck. Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Oh, wait.
Perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
Here, last one. You forgot this one. He's still got a knife, though. I can't get him to drop it.
Oh, fuck. You know what?
That just had value. No, you don't touch it. It adds value.
Yeah. Falcon Ron will use it. Thank you.
That's value.
Thank you, sweetie.
It walks over with by its own volitions, pointing the knife at you. It walks back towards Ron.
Yes. All right, here's your crabs, Ron.
Just saying, we've been needing, you know, bodyguards out here. Lots of weird characters hanging around. So,
Jesus Christ. It kind of fits in with his aesthetic, too. So.
Oh my god, you're right. The color scheme and everything, it totally works. Oh my god. Dad, this is the best. This is the best day ever.
I could afford to buff anything I want to the high heavens, but all my talismans are max ranked that I'm using. The only thing is, I could get those permanent. Yeah, I should buy these permanent buffs. For presents.
Just fucking shopping spree.
And I don't care about the ones for the next right as of right now. And these I am good on. I don't really care too much for any of those talismans. Rank increase for the next right. I mean, I could chug all these when I think it's really going down, but respec. Yeah, we're good. But I will use this one. All right, thank you, Ron. That'll do.
Oh my god, you finally bought something. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Dad,
All right.
we're not gonna have to eat ramen tonight.
There's a new book, or there's a new page. What do we have? Downside travels.
Rainbow sandwich.
Rainbow sandwich.
Looks like
this is
stuff
more
I made
on
with
the
Play-Doh when I was a kid.
more on the
Like they even got the different colors of Play-Doh all shoved together.
Oh yeah.
More on the places. That's not one of the ones that I noted that's really important that we read.
Okay.
I will give this increased presence to I think Tizo, because Tizo's my little goalie now. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Nice.
All right. Anything with Sandra? I'm okay. No, we're good.
Is there anything with me?
No, we're good. All right. In that case,
We used everything up on that stupid bid
The-
with
the-
Tarika. Yeah, sorry.
the real strat with the money is that
Yeah.
if I get like in a pinch, then I'll go on a shopping spree, kind of thing. But because like I'll be able to like fix it. But I don't think it'll come to that. And honestly, you know, I'm a pro gamer, so I'm not too worried. All right, let's commence the rite.
As the Titans are still floating there in the sky, and we're just like, I pretend I do not see it.
As the sky begins to darken over the ridge of goal, you see one of your adversaries, clad in the colors of the Fates, step forward.
Where is Faye?
She arrives on cue.
Oh my god, wait, is someone Almer? Almer, is that you? Almer? Oh, hi, Almer, hello! Almer, hi!
Father asked me to salute you and the Night Wings. So here I am then.
Oh, yeah! You have to do our special salute, though.
No. Consider yourselves saluted.
No, but you have to, like, okay, so bend your
No.
one arm,
No.
and then put your face in it,
No.
and then stick your other one out.
No.
You know, come on, you're, okay.
I'm
just,
not gonna do
right?
it.
Just,
I'm not.
you're really, okay,
No.
look, just like this, okay?
No.
You're almost there, and just like that.
I hate this.
You did it so good, though. I'm so proud. Anyway, well, yeah, so, may the scribes watch over you and Mr. Oldheart.
They shall do no such thing. Know that I am only doing this to ease Father's worries, such as I can. But when night falls, you are all my adversaries. Nothing more.
Okay, you can put your arms down now, by the way. You don't have to hold it the whole time.
Look,
He walks away, even as the darkness grows and the stars begin to shine. One
bye,
one dab weaker. Albert loses one hope. Hey.
Albert loses one hope. Dadbert gains one.
Yeah.
I gained 5.
Boggle says, Johnny's such a good, funny voice guy. Thanks so much for the kind words. I appreciate that. Okay, let us proceed to the
Wait,
right.
question. Can you only activate one Titan at a time, or can you do more than one?
No, I think you can invoke all of them.
We could just do every single one.
Sylvius horse-headed. Time singer hard.
Oh my god.
Lord Gadruth.
Why is this possible?
Shanks,
Oh,
6
Jesus.
shoulders.
You get
Terrifying.
37%. Do you just gain like 50% more?
The tattered.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you just gain
God.
50% more enlightenment. if you do them
Whoa.
all.
That's insane.
So yeah, we're not doing that. No, thank you. I don't believe in any of that. Each one of those effects is really strong too.
I know that. I remember some of them were just fucking ridiculous. I'm like, you can. All of
Talbert
that?
actually kills you. Yeah. All right.
Oh, this turns into like a JoJo.
Albert just walks out and he's just like, I don't care anymore.
Fuck it.
Guns.
Aren't you
Oh,
tired
God.
of being nice? Don't you just want to help me shit?
Oh my God, Faye, no! No more internet for Faye. We're going into the right. I'm just making sure I didn't check any of these. Okay, yeah, we're good. Do it for the Achievo? You do it for the Achievo!
Reader. The Commonwealth. Your home. Today it is aflame.
Oh,
Much like a stack of books.
interesting.
Books aren't supposed to be on fire, idiot.
Because of you. Because of your
Oh, did some shit go down?
outlandish plan.
Oh, some shit went down.
Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again.
You want
Your
to fight?
attempts at
Is that a threat?
revolution shan't succeed.
No, I got you, B.
Though by all
Watch
Wanna
this.
try me?
means, keep trying. As
Dude.
for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
God.
Cope, bro.
His
Cope.
voice is so good. Logan is so good. All right, sorry.
Cope.
Hail once again, O Night Wings. My son Almar tells me you have treated him most graciously. For that, I am most grateful.
He was watching. He
Father.
was watching.
I said no such thing. I literally came back and said nothing.
But as we all know each other well now, I suggest that we dispense with further interactions for the time. We must not let our hearts take sway when we are here to honor the scribes.
Oh my God, Dad, I really can't tell.
Faye listens intently to all this, then...
Oh, you're right, Mr. Oldheart. I never thought of it that way, but you are right. Almer, when all of this is over, someday not too long from now, and the scribes are satisfied that we have served them well, then will you be my friend?
I don't know.
Okay, I know you mean that too. Until then, may the scribes protect us all.
May the scribes protect us all.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I'm late. I'm late. I'm ready now to do my part however I can.
Thanks, Faye.
Sad dab.
Sad tab. Well, since I got so many choices here, I guess I'll go with...
Tizo.
And...
Faye.
And of course...
Incredible.
It is done.
Last picked for the dodgeball team, and you don't even have anyone else to pick from. Anyway, I'm ready.
Let us stand together now, my son.
Always, Father. I am ready.
It's that time.
Ball up.
Oh, Jesus.
God damn.
They went for it.
Old man said, I'm going for it.
A favorable start.
See if I can remember how to fucking play this game. Oh, shit.
There.
What if I just fly? Maybe that's...
Nope.
All right.
Can't just fly over him.
Oh, I fucked that up.
Oh, Denver got some moves.
Well, what are you doing, you? Put your mask back on. We're in the middle of a rite.
Oh, I know. I wanted to say that I think you're very brave is all. I think. Because we've encountered many triumvirates by now. I mean, we have the dissidents and the tempers. That dude with the horns is
What
scary.
are you talking about? Get to the point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean. My name is Faye. I wanted you to know my name is Faye, since I know yours.
I see. Then. Ready yourself, Faye. I shall not hold back. Fuck.
The fate. They claim to honor this tradition.
So cute.
Their claims
Jeez.
I mean, like, he already knew Faye's name because he called out for her. So
Yeah,
is
he
it
doesn't
her?
really call her by her name now.
Yeah.
I think that's like him finally like, okay, you're Faye.
Yeah, and maybe she was also. I don't remember if they like formally had an introduction. So maybe she's trying to like start things over instead of just assuming they're friends. Like.
Yeah.
She did make him dab. It's pretty rough, you know. Like.
wings have served her true.
What was the little flags coming up at the bottom? Did I just not notice?
We
those
got
before?
goons. We got downside goons, you know?
It's chat. Like fuck, you're not pulling that on me. What do you think? I just booted this game up yesterday? Oh shit!
I would love to see a compilation similar to that one.
Alright,
Like-
Tizo! Go! Why would I even try it? Oh fuck.
Oh,
Big
Faye and
mistake.
Ulmer just wiped each other out. Oh my god.
Was it a hug?
It was for me. He didn't take it like that though.
Oh shit.
They banished.
God, they keep wiping each other out at the same time. That's so funny.
He said he's not holding back.
He did say he's
Him.
not holding back.
More like that, and we are
And then he said, we.
Oh.
Oh shit.
So I guess I shouldn't hold back either. Reader, just this once.
It's
Let's
just-
go all out.
didn't see it coming.
I must go all out.
He fucking like reaches down and takes off the Rock Lee training weights that have been on her legs this entire time.
Shameful outcome.
Nice miss, moron. You Oh, I caught it, bitch! What are you gonna do? Oh! Okay.
Night wings go.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Okay, well. Yeah, they're just like tossing it around the point. Okay. That's fine. Oh, I missed.
They're going hard. I love
They
it.
they are fighting for it. Oh fuck! Didn't mean to do that. I'm also kind of fucking this up a little bit. I'll admit it. All right, Faye, get this thing the fuck out of here. Whee! Oh!
It's done.
That was so
Bing
close.
bong.
Again, the night wings
Salah.
prevailed. Meanwhile, their adversaries wallow in defeat.
Hey! Fuck you, Brighton.
It's
Whoa! What the fuck?
That's what I said.
I didn't hit anything. I swear to God, I didn't hit anything, and it totally skipped the dialogue.
Oh, shit.
I will literally do the right again. I will literally do it again.
I want to know what they say. Yeah.
I am not getting fucked on that. That is bullshit. My hands were off. My hands were off, dude.
I'm back. Sorry I'm late. Wrong timeline.
shall it be this time?
You know what?
Tizo.
Encore. I'll beat their ass again.
What? Why?
Sorry, everybody.
What just happened?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Holy shit. Maybe I shouldn't have been so
Father,
cocky.
did we not just play this game?
The Night Wings are first.
All right, if I get fucked again on it, I don't know what to do.
Then that means it's just improv, I guess.
But I think it's like a good one. So I'm
I'm like, this is like the last time we're seeing them too, I think, most likely anyway. And so I do not want to fucking miss that. Oh, Jesus.
I'm hoping it was a one-time bug and not like things are arranged in such a way that this save file is doomed to that bug. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Elmer.
Stop.
Fate. They claim to honor this tradition, and yet their claims seldom ring true.
Hey, on the bright side, I didn't get to hear that line last time, so now I know what it says. Oh, so close. Whoops. What?
Indeed.
Indeed.
No law against throwing in the orb.
Yeah, come on. Oh, fuck. Maybe I did this wrong. Okay.
As per the sacred law.
Nice.
Yes, yes.
Hopefully, I don't know. Maybe it's not a bug. Maybe I just got... I don't know.
Just
Didn't see it coming.
we'll be able to watch extra close this time and know whether or not Dude, even when we're redoing it, Faye and Elmer just keep wiping each other out at the exact same time. It's fucking cinematic shit right there.
Empire weakens.
Just put the controller down. I'm on mouse and keyboard, and I checked, and I don't have a controller like connected to the rig.
Banishment.
Oh shit! Right, I have to like actually. Yeah.
Winds have served her true.
I'm hoping maybe like a button got stuck or something. It's like I cleaned my keyboard the other day, so maybe a switch is weird. Although cleaning my keyboard is something I do relatively frequently, so like it's not like I think I fucked it up.
Oh my god, Chad. You could say it's fate.
And it is done.
Fucking speedrun, even faster this time.
Again,
Okay,
the Night
okay.
Wings have prevailed.
My hands are off, dude. I'm not even
Tribes shall
touching
surely
it.
Smite them down next time. The right is
What?
ended.
Oh my god, it didn't even.
What do I do?
What the fuck?
Hexed.
Hexed. Oh my god. Is there
Maybe. Okay, wait.
Is there any way
Wait. There's. You know
where
what?
you could look up the exact dialogue?
I have an idea. I have an idea, and my idea is that maybe the bug is not that we're skipping the dialogue. It's that it hasn't happened yet, and it like loaded him in, but it's showing us the level up screen. But we'll see it after this. You know what I mean?
Let's hope it's that. Yeah.
I'm gonna try that, but I don't think playing it again is gonna help. Sorry, I skipped a Faye level up text.
Oh, I'm just powerful now, don't worry.
Okay, thanks, Faye. Oh yeah, Faye's max rank. Jesus. All right, what are we gonna do? Faye can.
Okay, so
She
I went into the
flexes
clip.
her arms and she's fucking jacked. Like,
Yeah, I went into the clip. It did fire up and then showed nothing, no text.
Yeah.
So there was nothing there.
I think it's
There's
possible
nothing we
we're
were
gonna
missing.
finish this and then the talking will come.
yeah.
Okay. Let me see. What am I gonna give you? And I think if nothing else, playing it more like won't fix it. So
Yeah.
we're just gonna have to press
either
on.
way, it's
I've got no buttons I can hit. Okay, let's see. Sprinting, slow nearby adversaries, or reduce the charge up time. Well, reducing the charge up time would help. Depends on how nearby. I'm gonna reduce the charge up time though because I use her to shoot a lot.
Yeah.
Cursed is Kelma Rope Collar.
Everybody's leveling up. Good. Tamitha, you think you'll hit that 4? Ah, so close. All right.
Now telling.
May misfortune find you ere the turning of the stars.
Fuck you, Brighton. Oh my god.
Damn, I got nothing on
Oh
that.
no. Oh no. Shit, we didn't even get to see what they said.
I'm pretty sure there's like, I could find it, but it would take too long. Like we'd be sitting here for a while while I pulled it up. So that's
Wow,
unfortunate.
guys, that sure was a real heartwarming cutscene we just had. I feel very emotionally compromised from that. But at least Dalbert and Almer love each other very much, and they're okay. Anyway.
It's so specific that for me to pull it up would be like a hunt. So we're just gonna have to, and we have a lot to go through still today. So we're just gonna have to forego that. Rip. All right. So it says, no one speaks further of the fate back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the right that is to come.
Is it true then? Is this gonna be our last chance to go home?
The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us.
He looks over to you.
Please look forth, reader, and see this for yourself. You may well surmise where we are going next.
The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon's door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the end point of your path. You see plain the golden star of Solium. Look upon it for the last.
God. Every piece of this shit is just being like, it's the end. And making it hurt. It's just sticking that knife in and twisting, and I love it. I hate it so much. Oh, God.
What does the book say?
Oh,
Salium. Yeah. If Wolford were still
Wait.
here.
Wait.
Wait, everyone's crossed
so
out.
We're going up against your boy.
Everyone's
we're going
crossed
up
out.
against your boy.
I don't know.
Oralek?
It only
Yeah,
says.
we're going up
Oralek-
against your boy.
Did Oralek fucking kill everybody?
Well, no.
Yeah,
remember,
Oralek walked out.
we've learned before that when it thinks that there's no chance for them to gain enough favor for the liberation rites by now, because the rites are ending, it'll just cross them out. They're not dead.
Oh my God,
Oralek's
but
dead.
still, wait. But everyone's crossed out. And we're still being called.
We're still being called. Let's see, but what does the book say? Salium, the second of first moon, 8:38 AS. The last remaining stars shall soon be gone. We have this one last chance to get one of us out. May the scribes be merciful to us all. All right.
Oh my God.
Well, nowhere else to go. Solium, the golden star. Interact to challenge the true Nightwings here next. Prevail, and one among you shall be free. The true Nightwings are led by the demon Oralek. Your record against them is 1-0.
Ow.
Oh my God.
You are summoned to the fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime or that of any of your companions, even the longest-lived ones. The stars revealed to you one thing more. The adversary whom you face shall be Oralek. Already he has crossed the scribe's gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves.
It is a shame that we should have to confront Oralek in the end. Our goal should never have been Our goals should have never have been at cross purposes?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming rite. Rest well, reader.
The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodiel to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But who? What's going on in the Black Wagon? We got some mushrooms. Pamitha's having a light meal. Faye's already asleep. Tizo's out for a quick flight. Sandra's still expelled. Tariq's watching the night.
in case you thought anything would be different.
Still expelled. Good. Thanks, Sandra.
Wait, was her dialogue lit up, or was that just when you hovered over?
No, it was just when I hovered over it. It wasn't. There's
okay.
no text for her.
I think. Oh, there's like a frame where
Oh,
when it
yeah,
first
yeah,
opened,
there's
it's
like a
orange,
little-
and so
yeah.
it threw me off because of the Discord stream. That's all good. Anyway,
All right.
what's Tariq
Nothing
doing?
in the wagon. Tariq is was it standing still or sitting watching the sky? That's right. Yeah. All right. I guess we'll continue our journey. Oh.
Foolish reader.
Huh?
Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They are exploiting you.
What you talking about?
You shall
I'm just
never
doing my
have
job.
your freedom.
What you talking about, bro? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Am I
I
being
don't-
detained?
First off, read the fucking book, asshole. Second, I'm sorry, Mr. Manager. I'm sorry that I'm doing my job better than you are. Okay.
By dawn,
that
you are
really
already up and about after a troubled slumber. The Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the fall of Solium. No one speaks. Nothing to it but to do it, Nightwings. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood.
Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may befit the circumstance. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind if would you mind it very much if I were to play the song for the Nightwings? Yes. Give me the aux chord.
The lone minstrel wishes to play his ballad, by your leave. By all means, a song from the lone minstrel may help lift the spirits of your companions at this vital time. Not now. This, your final voyage towards a chance at freedom, is a time for quiet contemplation. Obviously, we're going to tell him to hit that shit.
Hey, play that funky music, white boy.
You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballads so that all among you might hear it. He begins without another word. These lyrics might seem familiar to those attentive readers.
What? You did not do that with the fucking titles, bro.
But three shall be as one. Freedom in the flame. The end has just begun. Strength may break our own, but twisted make our braid. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be made.
I am physically. I have goosebumps, my dude.
honestly, I don't like that they resolved that majorly. I would have been. It would have been better if they like resolved that on a minor or maybe a diminished seventh. I don't know. That would have been kind of fun.
God.
There'll be more for me to say about that later, but yeah.
Bro, I cannot believe that you like did that gamble and it fucking paid off.
Yeah, I got really lucky.
That's what I was talking about last week with
The will of the scribes.
Yes.
Fuck.
I started the stream off with the idea of doing that with the titles, and I was like, I don't know if it's going to work out, but you know what? I'm going to put it in the hands of the scribes. And sure enough, last week we were like kind of a little pressed for time, and doing another week and not finishing last week would have worked out best. And I was like, you know what? The scribes themselves are telling me to put it off till next week. So
God. What's the name of that song again? That specific one?
There we'll be talking about that more later, but there's a more thorough version of it on the soundtrack called In the Flame.
Okay.
We will be discussing that at the right time. But for now, we can land at Temple Cistern, where Faye shall gain favor from the scribes, or Temple High Road, where Pamitha shall gain favor from the scribes. Well, either way I'm using them. Let's go with Faye. I wanna give Faye a little bit of a buff here. You touch down amid the splendors of Mount Elodiel to make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. Heavy, what's going on in the wagon? Sandra's developing new trials. Alright, nothing to talk about yet. Cool. Pamitha's nowhere to be found. Faye's making dust drawings. Tizo's up in the rafter. And Tariq is exploring nearby. Nothing to do back there, so I guess
this is so surreal having so few.
I
of
know,
them
right?
left.
It's just us and then Sandra, old Sandra, who's always around, but that's it. Fire is a shonen anime. Dan Loeb donated $10. Thanks, Dan. Jesus. It says, don't read this, you fool. Fuck, I fucked up. God damn it. The reader's curse. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. All right, let us seek the Crone Scribe's favor and join Faye on a pilgrimage to Molten Milith. After having landed, you join Faye on an expedition to the monument of Molten Milith for what is likely to be the final time.
Glory to the 8 scribes, for you've chosen me to be a witness to the ending of the cycle of the rites. We've followed on your path, and in your path, and now we've arrived upon the site at which the cycle first began. Always we've done our utmost to honor you, and honor the traditions you described within the sacred book, which one day I would like to read myself. Whatever shall transpire in the coming nights, it is your will, and I shall accept it, even as I strive with all my heart for all my friends.
Soon she is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Molten Milith has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your last ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you have to spare. Faye gained 3 glory for the next rite. We accept the blessing. Faye. Alright. I'll check in on the black wagon again. Sandra's lost in thought. Pamitha's tidying the wagon with Faye. Faye's tidying with Pamitha. Tizo's teaching the drive imp still. Tariq's out on a walk. Oh, God. And, yeah, maybe you're right, Spud. Another mentor for Pamitha would get her to that next level, which would be helpful. Yeah, good idea.
And then everyone's basically maxed out almost at that point. Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
pretty damn close.
But yeah, another level on Pamitha would be good.
Why, certainly, reader darling. How good of you to ask.
You and Pamitha go over her understanding of her aura and its connection to her presence, both physical and spiritual. The discussion proves informative. Aura? Oh yeah, we know about aura. It's, hey Siri.
Aura. An exile's wrongdoings manifest during the rites as an aura. Contact with an opposing exile's aura banishes the trespasser from this plane.
Thank you, Siri. I think we already knew about that, but I just wanted to hear Siri tell me something again. Okay.
Wow, you are lonely. Good a time as any to say thanks for having me along on this strange little journey of yours, reader darling.
Damn it. Let's see. Saluting will switch place with the nearest ally. No thanks. Or permanently gain 8 quickness? Are you fucking kidding me? What's the other one? Vanishing, move fast. Yeah, no, 8 quickness. It says,
Damn.
Then I shall find this fallen emperor, for if I should recover him, then we may yet have peace. Trieste.
We all have auras all the time, I think. We just can't always see them. Jesus. Oh, I think I just got a case of the Noomies. Excuse me, just a moment. Hold on.
Oh. Oh, shit. Really concerning that she took her Oh! I really wish she didn't take her moonshine with her. I'm pretty sure this is your response. Fucking God. I'm sure she'll be back in time for the ride, everybody.
Dude, she's gonna be, like, there and back and around the map 4 times by the time the ride starts. Are you kidding?
I just heard every other triumvirate get hit in the sky.
You just hear very far away.
Punches a hole straight through the fucking Cassidy's wagon. They just throw it out of the sky.
All right. Let's continue our journey.
Want to see me do it again, Rita darling?
Stop! All right.
Oh, where have I been? Where haven't I? No telling.
To Scribe's Gate, to Celeste.
Ah, fuck.
Deep in the fading glory of Mount Elodiel, you find a messenger imp looking to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. This time around, the imp brings tidings of Sir Gilman and what happened to him since his liberation at the fall of Solium, when at last his self-imposed exile came to an end. You learn that his return to the Commonwealth was met with much rejoicing, and that before long he was promoted to the rank of Veiled Captain on the Blood Border. And yet, with tears welling in his eye, he did refuse the post, stating he no longer had the heart to fight against the Highwing remnants as he once did. He then cast down his helmet, and when next anyone saw him, he was among Volfred's agents, having joined the revolution to reshape the Commonwealth from within.
I'm down with Black Ops, Guild Boy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You thank the messenger imp for the report and salute it crisply as surely Gilman would have. Soon the news has everyone in the wagon talking.
One of the Sea Dominion's own, laying down his arms by his own choice. I'm honestly surprised, even having known him.
Do you think that one day I can be as brave as him? Because I don't always think I can.
Tizo feels inspired by the news of Gilman's selfless actions.
Sometimes I can still hear his voice.
The news of Gilman's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Your companions gain +1 hope. Wish him good fortune.
Is it time?
You stand before the Scribe's Gate with your companions. The Gate Guardian is there, as ever, but you sense something different in her.
The exiles of the Nightwings. We shall not meet again after the coming rite. Tariq and I... It shall be time we take our rest, I think.
Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus.
We have a duty to uphold, Tariq.
And then what, And then what, Celeste?
And then... nothing. Not for the rights, or us. Not till the dawn of a new age. Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names, and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate.
One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step.
I'll go. Pamitha Thane. I came seeking my blood sister Tamitha's forgiveness, since she ended up in here because of me. Maybe something good can come of it as yet.
Oh, my name is Faye, and I'm here because the scribes, this is the path that they have shown me, and all of us. I like it when they called me.
Tizo believes that his ancestors are watching over the Nightwings and seeks to live up to their legacy. Finally, you step forth once more. You, a crippled scholar who vowed to help their friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The Gate Guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there.
I thought you said...
The rites are not yet ended, Tariq.
He looks to her, then over to the rest of you.
Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align.
The Gate Guardian and the Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time, the final time in which any one of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh shit! The Beyonder Crystal seeks you.
You?
What?
Interesting. Let me go to
Do
the
we
slug
want to
market.
take care of our market stuff? Yeah, because that feels like
Yeah.
it might be heavy.
Hey, guys. I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, Oh, well, I'm going out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, you know, with all the stars fading out and stuff.
No.
Anyways, I just wanted to say you guys are great, and I'm sure I'm gonna miss having you guys as customers and all that. And but I got some good news though too. All my stuff, it's all on sale now, and I will throw a little extra there just for you, okay? So enjoy. Maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay?
Henceforth, all of Falcon Ron's goods are 5% off.
Oh my god. Great.
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 I'm dying.
The value.
Oh my god.
Mega savings.
Yeah, thanks, Falcon Ron. Well, hey, you know what? It's time for me to finally give this guy some damn money because,
Ultra sale.
I can't imagine there's any reason for me not to drink all of the serums at the same time, right? What's the worst that can happen? I'm gonna give it a shot.
Juice. This is what we call juice.
I'm gonna juice up. I want to see if it'll let me. Let's fucking. Oh shit! You know what? There's enough for everyone to have one of each. Huh.
Oh my god. You just start like piling all this stuff on here because you know that Falcon Ron is going out of business and you just see him walking.
I want to give him a little bit of pocket cash for him to have.
Yeah, and like but I'm just imagining you like piling all this shit on the counter and just like pulling out all
Yes.
of these coins and stuff, and you just see him watching for once completely silent and just tearing up in his eyes.
This. I'm trying all of it, Ron.
The best deals in the downside.
I love you, Ron.
Thanks for stopping by, guys.
Oh my god, how are we gonna carry out this, Dad?
Higgle says, "Wait, you had this money all the time, Reader?" The Reader sips juice. Oh my god. Wait, I thought you were broke. All right.
I can't believe they went out and made all this money just to help me out.
Oh, Ron. All right. Before we jump into the wagon, we're gonna go on a quick BRB. I just got to use the bathroom, and then we will be back for a lot of things. We'll be back. So be right back, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, Kusanagi resubbed for 9 months. Jesus,
Jesus, are you okay?
That's how I feel about it too, Justice. Thanks, Kusanagi. Kusanagi says, "Whoa, pregnant joke, anyone?" I think Seigi just made one. All right, be right back, everybody.
Sorry, I had one of those starting up the lawnmower stretches. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
God.
right, everybody. We're back. Tasch was just doing her best Germa impression by eating just bread.
Oh, hey, it's good bread. It's not just shitty sliced white bread, okay?
No,
it's
no,
like,
if you find me a brioche,
All right.
brioche and some honey
I
butter,
need a baguette
it's over.
and a brioche.
All right, that's fair. I imagined it as just bread because I've done that, just like white bread packaged. Someday, man, sometimes it's like, oh god, fuck, I just don't want to bother with anything. Just please, just stop being hungry.
Sometimes I just want sustenance.
Yeah.
I'm also mostly doing it where I just didn't have anything else that wouldn't like fuck up my vocal cords, you know? It's like, oh, I'd have to cook it or it'd be really greasy or whatever. And I'm just like,
Gosh, I'm eating gummy food.
Yeah. Okay, look, Tasch, you're not in the wrong here. You're just talking to two assholes.
no, don't get me wrong. I don't usually do this. I'm just very invested in today. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting anyone else to.
No, totally. Assholes.
Anna
like
Anna's
real,
on our fucking wavelength. Look.
just like real assholes. Like even today,
degenerates.
It's my own stream. Shit, goddamn. Yeah, no, hey, I'm doing a lot better. Back in the old days, I'd warm up with scotch and cigarettes. All right, let's get in there, everybody, and read the go to the Black Wagon because I want to make sure. I think those 3 passages I read them as they came up. It's just more stuff about like general like how like areas and stuff from the locations and what life is like in the downside.
Finding food.
Nothing like real like. Don't get me wrong. Everything in the Book of Rites is great, and if I did a stream that was reading every page in the Book of Rites, it would be pretty enjoyable. But we're not doing that, and it's stuff that you can go read for yourself if you want. But I figured out early on that I shouldn't like drag the stream down with reading literally all of it because it takes a while. But we do have, let's see, Pameth is meditating. Well, yeah, I guess she needs to like calm down after the zoomies.
I'm so tired right now.
Faye's looking up at the sky. Jesus, napping someplace, probably with Pametha. All right.
Oh my god, he's like nuzzled in.
Yeah, he's nuzzled in her wing. Tariq's off somewhere else. Sandra's arguing with the Beyonders, and
No, not over the goddamn. Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. So, let me be blunt. Please listen for a moment, then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. All of it. I sense the binds that formed the rites becoming weak. Which means soon you will not need me anymore. Not that you've needed me at any point, but still, my services will not be of further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. For some of my Beyonders, it shall be a release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those which have bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain.
she hesitates for a moment.
Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take this stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it as all your predecessors have each time their stay among the Nightwings reached an end. And don't read into this as anything more than, logistical, like what am I going to do just sitting here, it's not like I crave your companionship or anything. Anyway, the Beyonder Crystal shall serve no use at all, except to keep me trapped. And I am content to remain thus, for I have little choice. But
I would prefer to do so in your company. There, I said it. Is that what you wanted to hear? I do. I enjoy your company, Rita. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude. I have no wish to see you gain in years and to eventually decay whilst I remain unchanging. But I should rather have more years whilst having contact. Even if those years are to be brief, they shall afford me many more in which I might think back on upon our times.
Oh.
Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, of course, for I am well aware that I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life however you see fit. For your own sake. May all this rights business enrich your coming days somehow. And in considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then once again, I simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could. And I would like to have that as an option more than not. My request here is a selfish one, for there's little I can offer in exchange other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. I don't know. Who knows? You could always try to sell the Beyonder Crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere, or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. Eyes chat. Not you, though. So then, you've heard my sad little proposition. What do you say?
I'm gonna cry. Sorry. Yes, agree and do it. Why not? Sandra has proved to be a kindred spirit. You would rather not part ways with her. Decline, with all respect. The Beyonder Crystal is not your property, nor is Sandra's penance your responsibility. Obviously, we're gonna bring Sandra along. Of course. Yes, Sandra, I would love that. You grasp the Beyonder Crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound, as though surprised.
Oh my god, you have no idea how stressed I'm thinking of how to word all this. You know, this felt like a love confession almost, you know? Like, that. God, so much pressure. Anyway, thank you, Rita.
She is at a loss for a moment, then.
Let us go then, from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail.
She disappears into the stone, for now. Took the Beyonder Crystal with you. Keep it with you. Sandra! Oh my god, I love her. So that's that. And as you can see, the Beyonder Crystal is no longer on the table there. It is with us.
Oh no. So that means I can pop in whenever I want?
I guess it would mean that, Sandra.
Cool.
Sandra is an app.
You don't need theory anymore. I've got this bitch down.
Sandra's on mobile now. Oh my god.
Sandra's a Siri now.
I don't like... I saw somebody say Pocket Sandra. Oh no.
No!
Oh no.
It took me a second on that one. All
Oh
right.
man.
Sandra's a mod!
Siri has been deleted. Oh shit! What if? Alright, I gotta think about that.
Hey, Sandra.
Yes?
I hate this.
All right, setting an appointment for 4 p.m. on Friday.
Ah!
4 p.m.? That's pretty good. Fuck. All right. Let's get out there after having that happen. And I suppose commence the final liberation. This is your final opportunity to liberate one of your fellow exiles and help fulfill Volfred's plan. Let us begin. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rite. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there, perhaps, some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far.
Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well, this night and always. Go forth with glory.
Then he looks up and he extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. You see Tizo has joined you. All of your companions are there with him, in fact. Tizo wants you to know that he has the utmost faith in you.
Oh, hi, Reader. The others said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you, so here I am. The scribes are watching us.
Well, Reader, darling, what do you say we give those old scribes a real show to remember then, shall we?
You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite.
Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall soon see each other.
He departs. After this night, the outcome of Volfred's plan, the plan of which you have all been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion might go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. The final liberation rite of this age shall now commence. The stars have joined us.
Goosebumps. Goosebumps. Oh, God.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
But before the lone minstrel can concur as per the custom,
Not another word.
the demon Aurelek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask.
The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it, here upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more.
He stands there for a moment, silent. Then, Aurelek dons his mask and stands prepared.
May these damned rites cease forever for the misery which they caused.
Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite? The one whom you anoint, or else the exile Aurelek shall be returned.
Godspeed, Reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory.
Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please.
It is time now to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside till the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Faye, Pamitha, Tizo. Your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together you have come this far, but now the downside and the rites conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Are you prepared to choose this one last time? Yes, for there is no turning back. The fate of your friends and the Commonwealth may hinge on the decision you are about to make. No, the pressure is too great. It seems both cruel and unfair to have to make such a decision. Is there no other way?
Well, if we say no now,
I
dick move.
will make the decision. But with but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation.
Now, before we get into that, on who's being anointed,
The rest of you.
before we even touch on that, thank you. I think
Gotta
Fumble
juice 'em.
reminded me. I totally forgot about the juices.
We gotta juice him.
Let me roid everybody up.
Like,
Totally forgot to do it earlier. Everybody get roided up. Fucking Space Jam like monster transformation time. That'll help. And then there's a bio update for Aurelek. Aurelek's
man.
bio. Let's see, what do we got? Let's see. His astral sign, Lenoriel. He was born on the 10th of 8th moon, suggesting he is devoted and faithful. His crime was insubordination. He refused a direct order to return to tending casualties on the blood border.
Oh, yeah.
His alleged motive? Insurrection. The records show that he harbored sympathies for the enemy and showed no love of country. Years exiled? 18. Aurelek has survived for 18 years in the downside thus far. It is a life sentence.
Yeah, you got 18-year horns.
Now to this subject. I have discussed so far, time and time again, I have not hidden my motive in selection of personnel of who we send up top, that over and over I have chosen based on who I believe would best assist the plan to ensure the outcome of a better future, and we have made that choice over and over again. Pamitha Thane, I believe, would help us topside after all that's happened. I know there's been some questions about her loyalties and, you know, with her sister and then the High Wing remnants, and it's a whole mess, and we don't even know if she might kill us one night, supposedly, but I believe in her, and I certainly know she's competent. I have chosen to trust Pamitha Thane. Tizo, of course, the most dutiful of all, and I know for sure that if we were to send him topside that he would be the single most useful and dedicated member of the Nightwings that Volfred could possibly have at his side. But Faye is but a girl, a mere child, And although her time in the Commonwealth was awful, and if anything, it seems she's had a better time here in the downside than she did up there, she's just a kid. And I can't sentence Faye to stay down here for the rest of her days. She's been a survivor and managed this long, but it's no way for somebody to have to spend their whole life. And furthermore, even though the Commonwealth in the past has not been good to Faye, we are paving a better future. We believe that in the future we will create there will be a place for Faye. And that place is with Jodariel, who must miss her dearly. And for this reason, I anoint Faye.
Faye!
Me? I can finally go home? Not yet, I mean. I know I can't go yet, but if the scribes allow it, maybe soon? This final time?
Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Faye, as well as you.
Who shall lend her support?
Well, my other choices should be fairly obvious. And we'll do the thing again where we shut up for a bit of the song, just because there is a unique variant on what plays during the fight here as well.
Yeah. While you're choosing that, can I just step away? Just because I can tell we're about to run into something heavy. I'm like, I feel like I might need to just top off. Yeah, so I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Top off one. The moonshine's infinite. What's she talking about? That's all right. I'm checking my notes anyway. It's like perfect timing. Yeah, good. All right, I haven't missed anything yet.
I'll take that time too. Why not? I don't know. I'll just go somewhere for a second. Sure.
Yeah, we're good. We're on course on the notes. I'm not picking anybody else till they come back. Mostly because I think it's a delight whenever the voice says any name or anything. Dunk Sandra out onto the field like a basketball and end this shit. Oh my god.
All right, I'm back, sir.
Welcome
Yeah, throw her
back.
out like a Pokeball. Like.
Seigi also took the opportunity to... He expressed that he didn't actually need to do anything, but he just thought that... I think he thought that also leaving for a second would be fun. So he just kind of chose to do it just to do it. So he'll be back shortly, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. I just like, I've been hydrating so much throughout all this, and I'm nervous. I'm just like, oh god, all the anticipation, you know.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just like, ugh. Y'all hydrating in the chat? You better be.
Yeah, you're gonna need it. I'm pretty sure I've got everybody. Yeah, I like that one for Tizo. I like that one for Pamitha. For now.
What is Faye's idol thing again?
Faye's got her, oh shit, I can't look at it.
Yeah.
Cannot, I don't think there's any way for me to look at it now, but it's her legendary, and
Right. Okay.
I forget what it does, but I remember that I liked it for how I played Faye.
Yeah.
And it's also max rank. Aura Bounce, right. Thank you, Newbie Spud. And that has, some of you have seen me go, wait, how did that other person get banished a number of times? That was due to the Aura Bounce, where I shoot somebody and then it gets somebody else. It's come in handy a couple of times.
I've been using this power without even knowing.
Precisely.
Nandeska?
All right, Nightwings. I guess I'll choose.
Tizo.
Jesus Christ, his aura's large.
Tizo is ready to do whatever it takes to see Faye regain her freedom this night.
Ametha,
Wouldn't have wanted to sit this one out, that's for sure, Rita, darling.
it is done.
These are to be my adversaries then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts their will over that group?
You sense Oralek searching for you, almost reaching out to you.
You, the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me, but you who would relinquish your own liberty for the sake of them. Strange. It is fitting then that I should have to face one such as you.
Then Oralek stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same.
By light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time.
The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence.
Tariq.
I'm prepared, Celeste.
Then let our song this evening shake the stars themselves.
Aye, Celeste. Let us make sure of it.
Tizo fumbles with his mask. Tizo recognizes Oralek and greets him, tentatively.
It is good to see you.
Oralek reaches for his mask in turn.
How is the horn? Mended?
Tizo indicates his horn has not bothered him for a long, long time now, and thanks Oralek for it.
Good. A full recovery then. But it is unfortunate to see you standing there with them, Tizo. Come with us. No questions asked.
The proposition seems to catch Tizo off guard. Tizo indicates that he will not abandon his friends or their quest. He seems to be pleading with Oralek to stand down, to listen, to not give in to anger. But Oralek shakes his head. He puts his mask back on.
This is something I must do, little one.
Tizo dons his mask in turn. He chirps nothing more.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Yes.
Oh, they got a lot of stuff on there.
Yeah, they have an Ashen Coal. What was I thinking? What the? No!
Oh man.
Yeah, perfect.
There.
Jesus.
Faye plunged into the fire.
I think we're in the cooldown part of the song, so we can chat again. Oh,
The sky rains ash. Soon shall your pyre's own mingle with them.
just then the skies above begin to rain down fire, the final throes of the cycle of the rites and the ending of the age. Ah, fuck. Oh!
Too slow there, Pamela. How he has changed, that relic. Grown old and bitter
I mean, I didn't do much, bro.
years.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel you. That's pretty dope. That was cool. That was badass, honestly. I ain't do much. That
So-
was for show.
I fucked up by giving Faye that equip, or that new upgrade, because now I my muscle memory's all fucked for the timing of her power cast.
Oh,
And
yeah.
also, it's like near immediate, so it's like kind of hard for me to actually pull it off with like aiming it.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like have to play her completely differently, so that was like the worst possible choice I could have made. Whoops! Oh well, it's okay. I still got it, but
Yeah.
Stand not in glory's path.
Tizo. Oh, Tizo's fucked. Yeah. Okay. Damn.
Your flames grow weak.
Voice quills. I didn't even hear it. I'm built different. Jesus.
Somebody get the orb.
Somebody
All
get the orb.
banished. In the name of Solium.
So the false Nightwings bear their fangs at last.
What we been doing this whole time?
But that cannot be your finest effort. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then fight for it, damn you.
Oh. What
That
if
was
I just?
close.
Oof.
Nice.
Sick one.
Oh
Pamela.
my god. Pamatha is going just
She's fast.
nuts.
Yeah. Orlek stands, breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lick of flame that is his smoldering pyre before turning his attention back to your triumvirate. Oh!
Struggle all you like.
Wait, wait!
Rita.
Ah! Oh! You showed me. What if I just slide in there? Ah.
Just fucking swats you.
Whoop! Ah, fuck. Wait, wrong. Oh, Faye!
Nice.
That power cast
Oh my
just
God.
saved me.
And there it is.
That power cast won the game!
That was it. Oh my god.
Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
I knew the scribes would help see us through.
You look upon Faye for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pool shall engulf her. Any moment now, she shall return to glory and join with Volfred's agents in the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the rite shall end until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader.
Are we too late? Is it too late for me?
Each prior time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the liberation rite, and taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Orelek approaches, his head bowed.
The 8 scribes have saved their greatest treachery for last.
Then something else catches his notice.
Wait.
A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again, different somehow, but open. Faye looks upon it, but it does not engulf her, or at least, not yet.
It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes, this is not their greatest treachery. It is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now of freedom.
Orelek strides toward the Shimmer Pool, but
Halt, Orelek.
Orelek glances over at the lone minstrel, almost in surprise.
The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you shall surely drown. Of that I can assure you.
He laughs to himself at this.
Then we have all been cheated.
No. The Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But, as for who returns, someone will have to choose. Ere the light of the stars is extinguished, and the rite cease to be. This is the final trial of the scribes.
The final trial of the scribes. Then, our confrontation, the liberation rite, it was all meaningless.
No. The victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice. Among those closest to the scribes. Either the anointed, or they who anointed them.
So then, I can go home? Or Reader, maybe I could choose that you go home instead.
Aye. It shall be either you, the Reader, or...
It shall be either or.
Faye, please, make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift.
If that is truly as it has to be, well, my choice is made. I'm choosing you, Reader. I would like you to be free, okay? For everything that you've done. For me and all of us.
Faye wishes to give up her freedom so that you may regain yours.
Very well. Reader, the choice which Faye made, or rather, the choice which she gave, it is now yours to make instead.
This choice, it may keep bouncing back and forth like this. Absurd.
It may, until such a time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. That is the trial, and I fear that there is little time remaining now.
Reader, if you and your companion are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, then I shall gladly take it. Freedom ought to be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange.
Reader, what is your will?
Who shall finally go free? Choose yourself. This is your chance, and Faye wished that you should take it. Choose Faye. Your intention this night was for her to return to glory, and it shall be done. Choose Oralek. He earned his rightful freedom long ago. He deserves his justice. We are given these choices, and it's not easy. It's so easy, but I must choose Faye. Oralek does deserve freedom, and his is a tragedy. And as for us, well, we knew we probably weren't going to get out. But Faye is but a girl, and it is her time to go free. So we choose Faye. You are decided. You have chosen Faye. She looks at you with some astonishment.
Faye, madam, do you accept the reader's choice, or shall you make another?
Then yes, I do. I accept it. I accept.
Then it is done.
You see a look of genuine surprise flash across Faye's face, and then she is gone. You gave a chance at freedom so that Faye may yet have hers. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, moon-touched one.
Goodbye, reader. Thank
By
you.
the scribes.
Oh, she just straight up turned into a
Stars
store.
remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
That night, the exile Faye returned to the Commonwealth. She was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. She found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles and the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. And here we are at the end.
Oh my god.
So, prepare to listen to Gianni talk for a while, because we're going to be going through what happened to everybody.
Oh my god.
I suppose I'll start from the... Let's do... It doesn't matter how you do this. but I feel like we'll like start from the bottom and work our way toward the top, and maybe alternate back and forth between the good and the not the good and the bad, but sorry, the Nightwings and the other.
Yeah.
That seems
like
reasonable
that.
to you two? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start with Tizo. Once the rites had ended, the imp Tizo had a job to do, quite unlike most exiles trapped forever in the downside. The lone minstrel asked that he watch over the Black Wagon, which the Nightwings had used extensively for travel and for shelter all throughout their quest. Tizo obliged, for he knew that wagon, as well as its drive imp inhabitants, perhaps better than anyone. What became of the wagon exactly was never verified, as evidence of Tizo's thorough work. After that, he liked to while away his days with any of his friends, or else with fellow imps. Wolfred Sandalwood would sometimes send him little gifts all the way from the downside. Despite the insurmountable distance between them, their friendship proved more than resilient. He often chirped about the Reader of the Nightwings, with whom he built quite a rapport. The Reader understood him perhaps better than anyone. What about the Reader?
You, the Reader. You are an exile of the Commonwealth, sentenced to life in the downside. Once merely the status of a deviant, yet now a revered title in the Saurian Union.
Indeed, Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time with the Nightwings and their many adventures throughout the land that was always his home. Other than that, Tizo would sometimes help interpret for messenger imps relaying news to and from the Saurian Union. What about the Saurian Union?
Saurian Union, our nation, formed in 839 AS after the fall of the Commonwealth.
And it says, one day... Wait, Seigi should read that one.
I noticed it said Volfred was saying that, so I left it.
One day we may all stand shoulder to shoulder with a common cause. Aye.
Despite having gained significant celebrity abroad, he never let it go to his head. And he would go fishing in the Sea of Solace at every single chance he got. Tizo. So, before I forget, just to throw it out there to everybody, you're all doing amazing in chat. Thank you so much for no spoilers. But continue with no spoilers, and remember, we're going to try to continue with no spoilers for alternate timelines and choices we didn't make as well, for those who might want to play it at home. We'll get more into that. I'll talk more about that later. But I just want to throw it out there real quick for anybody who might be like, oh yeah, if you don't did the better, so just to. Yeah. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say I have a request because I know we're gonna be alternating and stuff, but can we save our original trio for last?
Yes, we absolutely can save our original trio for last. I'd love to do that. That's a great idea, Tasch. All right. Let's read about Lendl. Let's get this guy out of the way. After the final liberation rite, Lendl refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night, staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. But Lendl dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted, rather forcefully, that any evening now the stars would shine for him again and mark the way towards his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lendl the Liar was never seen again. However, there have since been sightings of bedraggled? Bedraggled? New word for geology.
A bedraggled? I don't know.
Bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendl's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives.
Man.
Goddamn. All right, let's read about, you know what? Yeah, let's do Sandra. Let's get Sandra in there. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs often offer another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet those exiles of the Nightwings who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear.
Oh, can you believe this, Rita? Honestly.
Sandra has appeared before you, as you well can see.
They're so far from the mark with all this nonsense, I want to laugh. In fact, here goes.
She laughs. She is referring to the account of her. You sense she does not care for it.
Well, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you at least in passing when next they are at it. Though they shall never know even the half of it, shall they?
Sandra seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happened to her. Reassure her? The account was relatively flattering despite a lack of detail. It could have been worse. Humor her. Perhaps making some light of the situation will make Sandra feel better. Remain silent. Sometimes Sandra just needs a little time to vent. She values that you listen. I like that description. I would say let's humor her. That seems like an appropriate response to Sandra. Let's be funny on the internet. You indicate to Sandra that the real truth of what happened between you would perhaps make what? Sorry, new words for Gianni today. Lascivious? I really want to know this one.
Lascivious.
Lascivious, sorry. Lascivious meaning feeling or revealing an overt and often offensive sexual desire. Oh my god.
Lascivious.
Lascivious.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Oh, it's canon. Oh god. Oh
You
no.
indicate to Sandra that the real truth of what happened between you would perhaps make too lascivious a tale to be told in such a format. She makes a bemused sound at this.
Perhaps that story ought to get out then. To think that they would go to all the trouble to make literacy accepted once again, only to print such drivel. Anyway, let us keep going, lovely Rita. We know the truth of it. That's what matters.
She fades into the Beyonder Crystal for now, and you tuck it away safe. Chad is going fucking nuts at that one. They're completely feral.
Did it just actually, like, basically say, like, oh, they fucking, or whatever? Like, how does that work? How does that work? Sorry, I'm not asking. I'm fine.
We know. All right, let's read that. Let's go to the next one.
You know, chat.
Oh God. Let's see. Dalbert. As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldheart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jomir Valley. There, they struggled to get by, as exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Oldhearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down along with his son. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes. And so, after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. Not a day went by that Almer Oldheart did not think about his father and give thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert's would be there among them, smiling down at his son and watching over him and his kin.
Aww.
God. The Fate get me. All right, sorry. The Fate always get me. All right. Let's read from Sir Gilman. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peaceably. Gilman was on edge throughout that night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment, but the moment never came. What about the scribe's return?
Sorry, I was taking a drink.
Scribe's return. Inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded new leadership. Cast yourselves down. Cast yourselves down. Chant from the scribe's return.
That's so good.
When the matter was at last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless,
so
of course...
literally everybody.
Yeah, right. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstance, again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. From time to time, he would seek guidance from one of his former comrades, Big Bertrude, much his elder, and a wellspring of perspective on his life decisions. He was always grateful for having studied under the reader of the Nightwings, without whom he would have never completed his penance. Because of this, and perhaps because they were on opposite sides of the world now, Gilman dedicated his life to them. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was his first step toward gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion and was content to lead a monastic life in a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself to be renewed each day.
Oh, baby.
Gilman. I'm gonna mention now, I'm so sorry. This is like we've each had streams where one person talks like a lot. And this is like such a justice is not like has nothing like no dialogue stream.
I know, I'm just chilling.
But if there is ever anything you wish to interject with, Seigi, please do, because I miss your voice. There's not much opportunity here that will come up in the text. But if you just like think of something, just go nuts. I just want to throw that out there because I'm sure everyone misses hearing the dulcet tones of voice man.
Plus, I kind of like this idea that we're just chilling here. Like, the reader is, like, hearing about all this stuff, and, like, Sandra's piping in and stuff. Like, maybe we're chilling there with Tariq. I don't know. I don't know what happened to Tariq yet. But, you know, maybe he's just there.
We won't know. He's up there somewhere. Well, you know.
Each character read their own epilogue? You know what? What if, you know what? I should have done that from the start. That's a great idea. What if, maybe not even each character, or if you want, either each character, I'll let you two decide. Each character, or you can be the narrator for the epilogue of the character we're reading. Yeah. Like, you can, like, you know, I've just been kind of, like, neutral tone reading it. Like, neutral voice, rather. It's up to you. What do you two want? One of those two.
Works for me. What do you feel? What are you thinking? What do you
think, Tasch? Character or just narrator? Narrator's kind of fun because you two haven't really gotten to like be narrator at all this time. So.
Yeah, no, I like them both. I honestly can't pick. You guys pick.
Listen,
we already made a lot of hard decisions this stream. Don't put any more on me.
Okay, sorry for the ones we've already read. In that case, we'll go forward with each actor just narrating the text.
Each one goes. Yeah,
so you'll
read your stuff.
Now you'll narrate, Seigi, for Sir Deluge.
All his life, Sir Deluge fled from one danger only to find himself facing another.
Best fucking start, oh my god.
He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion. He had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth. And now,
he'd escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles were wrapped up in the ancient tests were crestfallen as their last chances to return to their homes vanished among with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that at last there was no burden of responsibility weighing him down. While most of the fellow exiles on the Pyre Hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses towards conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken liking to him for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity.
What? What?
Of all the characters to... I cannot. Oh my god. So
I did not
funny.
expect it to go that way.
I didn't either.
Honestly, good for him.
Well, wow, that's a lot.
I can't. Oh.
I thought we all agreed to just narrate, and then Seigi came out with the Sir Deluge.
Yeah,
but honestly, I feel like that convinced me that we'll just do it as the characters.
Yeah, this is the last time we're gonna hear the characters too. So,
yeah, exactly.
God,
that's what I thought you said, dude. So I was like, oh,
yeah,
okay,
no, it's fine. I'm
It's
glad.
perfect.
I'm glad. Yeah, no, you're right.
it's
Everyone thinks that's
It
Seigi's
worked
real
out
voice
better.
now.
Look, I legitimately thought you said just go with the voice, and I was like, oh, okay, well, going in. Your time. You said go in, I'm going in. Why not?
No, it's
I
good.
was literally perfectly on the fence and almost argued to do it in character, but then I was like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to
look,
make
you know what?
read for Deluge.
You know what? Actually, I would have made the choice based on hearing Sir Deluge again, because I love Seigi's Sir Deluge so much. It's like my favorite. But you know what? I just realized something. The devs themselves agree with hearing the character's voice one more time, because whenever you select them, a clip from the character's voice library plays, so you could hear them again. So
Oh my
you know
God,
what?
you're
The
right.
devs themselves agree with you. Let's
Perfect.
let's see what's happening with Faye's ending.
The Commonwealth had never provided a sense of home for the one they had called Faye the Fair, so she was surprised on her return that she was so well treated.
What about Faye the Fair, Siri?
Faye. She is a young vagabond girl with an odd manner and an unshakable sense of curiosity. She has regained her freedom in a liberation rite.
Sorry, yeah, the update was just that she regained her freedom. Okay.
She felt uneasy about it, and besides, she knew that she would do her best to fulfill the pledge she had made to her friends. Even she could not have expected the impact she would have on the events that followed, which gave rise to our Saurian Union. Despite not fitting the image of any of the 8 scribes, Faye nonetheless stood out alongside the others, amid the teeming masses on the night of the scribes' return. She spoke of the scribes with such conviction and sincerity that the crowd was very moved. After the fall of the Commonwealth, there was a renewed interest in the legend of the 8 scribes, and many new interpretations of their history and teachings. Faye found herself at the center of all this. Her way of speaking continued to compel a growing audience. She swayed many people from their astralist beliefs.
What about Astralis, Siri?
Astralist, a theocratic sect believing divine authority rests with the stars. They alone dictate the future. We all return as stars, so much the brighter should we live with glory.
Nah, fuck that shit.
Yeah, fuck that. Anyway, soon the 8th word, which... It was fuck, actually. It was that one. The 8th bad word I learned. Soon the 8th word, which had lost favor with the people during the reign of the Commonwealth, sought her out and asked her formally to join. And she did, right away.
8th word?
8th word, a theocratic sect believing that the 8 scribes were more than mortal and their words divine. Surely the book created by the scribes was more than a fable, but a genuine artifact, though perhaps lost to time.
Through it all, she would wonder how her friend little Tizo had fared. While they were divided now by a great distance, he always remained in her heart. She cited her relationship with Jodariel as the single most important in her life, and Jodariel would always provide for her a circumspect perspective and the wisdom of experience. Faye always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Many people in the Saurian Union cited that her gentle manner and unwavering conviction helped them brave the changing times with courage and with grace.
Faye. Oh my god.
Nice.
All right. Let's get Barker. It's time.
Barker Ashpore's never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling, so when the rights ended he did not care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rights had given his life a certain sense of structure it always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all.
Got ADHD?
He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough.
Oh my god!
His back
He just made a sport.
The dissidents proved more than happy to participate, unless they ran against each other back in Jomir Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaws some healthy competition. His old feud Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amid his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who'd led such a directionless existence to that point, I was going somewhere! Found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched him work.
So he made sports.
Come on, Ashpaws!
Yeah, oh my god, yeah.
Come on, Ashpaws! Score some fucking goals!
I love that. Dude, that's perfect, because remember we were even joking about them just like doing the rites for fun with like the Nightwings in that one.
Yes.
I called it! Oh my god!
That was one of those times where I was being very cheeky and you were like, you described this whole thing to me and I was like, yes, Barker probably would like that.
Oh, you bitch. I remember you saying it like that. And I was just like, God, he says so many foreshadowy things. I'm just going to let that one go. I'm just, fuck it. Like, I didn't think you actually had a foreshadowing with that one. Oh my God. That is the best. Oh my God.
Yeah, I love Barker and his place in the Pyre lore and everything. It's great. All right. Let's read next about somebody who did not make it out. Pamitha Thane.
Okay. After the rites ended, Pamitha Thane parted ways with the other Nightwings, stating that she needed time alone. She reappeared sometime after the fall of the Commonwealth, although she expressed mild surprise at the news. She claimed to have no knowledge of what went on, including what role the Highwing remnants had in the events that reshaped the world on the other side. For her part, Pamitha feigned little interest, making the point that they were stuck, and what happened elsewhere had little to do with them now. One day, while traveling to Black Basin, Pamitha ran into her blood sister Tamitha for the first time since the conclusion of the rites. Their reunion was not as amicable as Pamitha might have hoped, and Tamitha, still resentful of their history together, turned violent. Pamitha would later brush aside the incident, though always had an injury to show for it. Yet, from that point on, the Blood Sisters were back on speaking terms, at least for the most part. Having long since felt as though she had no home to call her own, Pamitha continued traveling about the downside. As the tempest swept across the land, changing its features, she found in it a sublime beauty, and in the starless nights, she could see just fine. She said such travels tended to remind her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered.
Pamitha. Wow. Yeah, Pamitha. And as Chad is noting, yes, she did have a helmet before that is off now. People were talking about her haircut.
Like mop-ass haircut.
I feel like it was like maybe helmet hair. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it was.
But she took hers
funny.
off, but her sister didn't. So.
Oh, damn. Let's see what happened to Edmilda.
Oh, Lord.
Powering on.
After the rites. After the riot cycle of the rites had ceased, the witch Edmilda returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the pit of Malith. There, even her work, but even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the pit of Malith erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Jamia Valley. Arson was suspected, although the cause was never verified, and many fog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of the witch Edmilda could be found. As for the contents of the pit of Malith, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remnants of Islak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Edmilda's repeated threats of the return of Islak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. The best one so far, dude. Of all of your Edmildas, like, that was amazing, dude.
Horrifying. I should have spent. That's like my biggest regret with not spending more time with the Withdrawn is not hearing more of Seigi's Edmilda.
Yeah.
She's fun.
You got that voice down packed, dude.
Yeah.
I like to like emphasize where I'm going with my buttons.
Yeah,
over here literally mixing this shit.
I know, that's why I'm freaking out. Anyway, sorry.
We're I'm probably gonna have to do let's see. Let's do Bertrude.
We could also get Falcon Ron out of the way if we needed
too.
to.
Yeah.
Falcon Ron.
Yes.
I love it.
After returning to the Commonwealth, the crone known as Big Bertrude
Lord
promptly returned to wet climate of her ancestral home in the southern bogs. God damn it. We've had an infestation since I was last here.
There for a time, it appeared that she had distanced herself from any involvement with society, or with the plan of which she was part. We know now that she worked diligently towards the goals outlined by Sandalwood. Yet, well outside of the notice of even those who watched her movements closely. For example, the printed notices spread throughout the streets about the night of the scribe's return were all her doing. Yet no one knew until she owned up to it much later. Subsequently, she returned her focus to the sort of work which had preoccupied her for many, many years, both in the downside and in the Commonwealth.
Making drugs.
You know it, bitch. And she remotely managed aspects of her business in the downside, ensuring that the exiles who remained there could still get hold of certain valuables. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she admired now for decades. He had made it clear that he could not requite her feelings for him, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. Gertrude, most of all, kept busy with her work. The inks and notices which she still brewed and manufactured once were grounds enough for a quick sentence into exile. Back then, the one thing worse than spreading lies about the Commonwealth through speech was doing so in print. Once exposed, such writings all were burned. Now the written point of view is to be honored rather than to be feared. And Big Gertrude remains one of our time's most notable purveyors of this craft. It is quite likely something you have read in recent times would have been put to parchment by her handiwork.
Thanks,
Oh,
Bertrand.
thank God. It's hard to read for her because it's like all with both her and Umilda, like we have to draw out what we're saying quite a bit.
Well, you know,
And so I was like, oh God. Is it oh fuck, oh God, more.
I just, well, you nailed it, but I just love that, like, that ending bit that's like, something you've read was probably thanks to Bertrude. I just love that. Let's...
At the end of every cover, you just see a little smiley face in there. Bertrude was here.
I love her place in the revolution and in the future of the or not the Commonwealth, but the new Union. All right, well, let's see what happened to Manly.
More spectacular. When Manly Tenderstaff realized the rites had ended and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing.
Oh God.
When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and it now was gone. Tenderstaff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin to Sinderut. There yet he wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side.
Welcome, Raiders, by the way. I'm glad that you guys got to walk in just for that.
Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Master Gur. Hey, everybody. Hope you all had fun. Just a heads up, we're doing our little voice through of Pyre, and we are like right at we're literally in the ending. So if you had any interest in
the epilogue.
in watching all of the Pyre streams we've done, or in just playing it yourself, you may want to fucking bail out immediately. Don't feel guilty about it. Because we are like looking at the ending pretty much right now, so
This
you
is
might
the
want to
end
run.
of the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a disclaimer about that, and yeah. So I guess we'll continue with where we were at. But thanks, Master Gur. Good to see you. All right. Next, we will find out what happened to Falcon Ron.
Oh God! All right.
Falcon Ron.
Well, with the rights drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, let me tell you. And Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets, so to speak, and close up shop, you know. And just, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial learning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany. Or at least a sudden change of fortune. I became a drug dealer. No, one day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave it to one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. In the following week, the messenger imp returned to him, bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Yeah, I know a good business opportunity when I see one. Anyway, through this trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint in the Saurian Union. The newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's good to explode in popularity. Have you seen my Amazon reviews? Anyway, he later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrudes and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded, especially in the Saurian Union. Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, although he assumes no liability for any side effects.
Ron! God.
So Ron made Amazon.
Ron made
Amaron.
Wait, Johnny Mike says, me ordering my packages off of Amaron.
Amaron. Thank
God.
you. Perfect. I'm very happy for Ron. Good for him.
I'm so glad.
And I'm sure by his dad's mandate, as we just heard, the employees do get bathroom breaks. So
Oh, good. Thank God. Yeah.
Let us next find out about Ignarius.
Once it had become clear to Ignarius that the rites were coming to a close, he knew it was time for him and the Templars to call it quits. But first, he and the Templars decided to celebrate. And that they did, for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life. Sometimes taking odd jobs, requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curly Horns. What became of her? Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at the time.
Damn.
Oh my
Glorious.
God.
I love him. God. Okay. Let me see here.
Love that it's confirmed that everyone fucks.
Yeah.
I think before Volfrid, I want to hear what happened to Tamitha Thane.
Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by a single goal: to return to the Commonwealth and exact vengeance on her ancient enemies. When she realized the rites had ended and that she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after their liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth defenses, and revealed to the Highwing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The Highwing remnants thus prevailed, at last, without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha encountered her blood sister, Pamitha, coming to pay her a visit. Pamitha had hoped that people's victory on the other side would be cause for reconciliation. Tamitha was skeptical of her intentions, however, and lashed out at her. Pamitha made no attempt to elude the attack and was struck full on.
Oh my god.
This cost Pamitha the use of her right wing. Yet after she recovered, she shrugged the incident aside and said maybe they would call it even now. From that point on, the Blood Sisters kept a formal distance, but were cordial with each other. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness.
God damn. Wow. So not a perfect, not it's still a little rough with them, but
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
It's still a little rough.
Mhm.
Let's find out what happened to Volfred Sandalwood.
When Volfred Sandalwood regained his freedom, he knew that his work had only just begun. The nation had exiled him to life in the downside, now prepared to honor him. But he was not interested in such ceremony, nor in freedom on the Commonwealth's own terms. He soon rejoined with his agents, with whom he had been coordinating for years, slowly, carefully preparing for a night that would come. For Sandalwood and his loyalists and sympathizers, true freedom was at stake, not just theirs, but that of everyone living in the under the Commonwealth. He hoped to gather liberation exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites having ended sooner than expected, this optimal scenario became impossible. But Sandalwood did not relent, and prepared to execute this plan, imperfect though it was. On the night of Scribe's return, he stood as one of the 6 former exiles of the Nightwings, and their voices echoed together through the streets. The former exiles, who ought to have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority that night, and, in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood's work far from over still, he labored ceaselessly with representatives across the population to restore a sense of stability. This traditional period had its troubles, though none were not quickly resolved. Such was the will and spirit of the people. They understood their freedom carried new responsibilities. After the Saurian Union was born the next year, Sandalwood was elected as the nation's first prime minister. It was not his intent to run for this office, but the people chose him anyway. He led our fledgling nation through its
Nascent? I think it's nascent.
nascent years. I was about to say the nastiest years.
That word took me up over time.
As Volfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout all of this land, for all his sacrifices and his contributions, he remained ever steadfast about two things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain its focus, the freedom that the people had achieved. It was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings, who stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, on his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union presented him with a monument depicting him and the Nightwings, as imagined in their prime. It was since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow exiles and our cause.
Damn.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's had a whole fucking, he had a revolution.
The peaceful revolution.
What happened to Orlek? Did we save him? Or I don't know what order you're wanting to do this in, so.
What did happen to Orlek?
After the Shimmer Pool closed for what would be the last time, Orlek looked around him in the flickering light of the Nightwing's still burning pyre. He then turned to the fall of Solium and looked up toward the black, starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes then, one after the other. After that, he strode forward towards the waters coursing from the side of Mount Elodiel, and, without hesitating, he cast himself down. Orlek's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Elodiel does not appear survivable, though Orlek did survive it once. That time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. This time, Orlek was filled with nothingness, and chose to leave the downside in the one way he still knew he could. The other Nightwings who were witness to this never forgot what they saw.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Rip.
Yeah.
Oh my boy.
That's rough.
Oh,
that's heavy.
I didn't see anywhere else for him to go, honestly, though.
Yeah. I was
It's
hoping
like-
he maybe had some sort of, something, but no, it does make sense.
What happened to Tariq? And Celeste. You both have to read this in
We have to
perfect
read at
sync.
the same time.
No,
That's not gonna work.
That's
This one's
total.
not gonna do
I'll
it.
tell you what.
Yeah.
How about you alternate? So Seigi can go first.
alternate.
And Seigi
Yeah,
can go
you
first, and then Tasch.
Yeah.
No, alternate whenever the window changes.
Okay.
Then that's
Or
that's
commas.
the-
Actually, that would be funny too.
Oh my god, it's like we're finishing each other's sentences.
Do you want okay on commas? That works.
No, we're not going everywhere.
I'm. You what?
Right. We're not
Everywhere.
going everywhere. No.
God.
After the cycle of the rite ceased turning,
The lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon.
and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside,
Their parting was heartfelt.
but brief.
He remained there,
At the summit of Mount Elodiel,
with me,
where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle.
Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again.
We know all this through song attributed to them.
Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union.
And merely were imbued with the weight of folklore.
However,
exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims at having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites.
another folktale suggests these minstrels were the heralds of the scribes.
Having fulfilled their obligations,
They departed the world we know.
and rejoined their patrons.
One of their famous songs describes another, simpler outcome.
That the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together.
In any case,
They are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs,
for it was they who watched over the rites.
and ushered in our times.
I love that so much.
That worked out so good.
That worked. That was
Commas.
really, yeah, on the commas.
Dude.
This was completely right. That was great.
Oh my god.
Let's. Wow. Yeah, I love their story and like their ending. It's so good. Those two were amazing.
That's so good.
I liked our whole fucking fighting each other until the end
Dude,
shit.
yes,
worked.
oh my god.
worked.
That was so funny.
That worked.
Tariq
funny
getting
as shit.
drunk after every encounter. He's like, God, I can't deal with this. It was so good. Oh.
Let's now read about our original trio, the final three, or the first three in our case. Jodariel, Ruki, and Hedwyn. Let's start with Jodariel.
After her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was Solium Mir, reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned experience often came into play, both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She kept an eye on Faye, who nonetheless demonstrated a surprising knack to get by on her own, though Jodariel was always willing to provide assistance just in case. She never settled down with anyone, although from time to time she thought about Ignarius despite herself.
Oh!
She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness, for the most part.
Jody.
That O was not from me. That was an Iggy O, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That
I
was.
know, I know.
That was 100% Iggy.
Oh, those
I see-
two!
I see somebody in the chat was like, "Shame she became a cop." I actually love this ending for Jodariel because what
Not
it's
so much
saying.
a cop, yeah.
Yeah, not a cop. It's like
public service.
It's very specifically like in this new union, what they form, and like Jody's approach to like public safety is much more actually like in the real world when you like go way back to the very beginning of policing stuff. It was supposed to be more like a volunteer force of like people helping
Neighborhood
the
watch.
community, neighborhood watch kind of stuff. And like, yeah, so Jody's thing is not to say our history with policing is good, but just what I mean is like that sort of fits in with that approach, that belief at least of like neighborhood people who are volunteering and just helping people out. rather than fucking cops. And I really love that.
Firefighters, paramedics, I do the whole thing.
Yeah. So anyway, that's Jody for that. I guess we'll read about Rookie Greentail.
Ho-ho! After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as well as the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have ever hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces, as he promised. On the night of the scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Yomir Minimane himself. When dawn finally came, it became clear that the Commonwealth that everyone knew would be... Oh, that the Commonwealth...
You totally had it right the first time. Yeah, clear that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And it became clear that the Commonwealth that everyone knew would be no more. He realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. Can't sell everything Falcon Ron gives you. An aspect of this conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing. But the money was too good, and soon his family as well off as he always said. He also kept in good, close touch with Gilman. Ever the perfect practice partner, they would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. These old bones can't stay good like that, you know. Gotta keep this figure.
I hear you!
Then how come you never come and join me for lunges?
Look, I can't kill myself! Jody, I love you! Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with a group of friends he came to know so well during the night time with the Night Wings. Not the night time with the Night Wings, just the time with the Night Wings. Wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. It's hard for me, you know, I be talking a lot of myself. I can't stop.
I know.
Oh, we know.
Oh, man. Well, I guess that leaves one more exile to read about.
Best boy.
Hedwyn. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth and was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Gol Gulathanian reborn. More importantly, however, was that of one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Fikani Shang. Fikani Shang?
Fikani Shang, a harp for whom Hedwyn cared deeply. They were separated when Hedwyn was exiled.
Oh my god, this was a Romeo and Juliet? Are you serious?
Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader in the Saurian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodariel, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Night Wings that they might all be free again together. He had broken that vow for in the end, not all of them were able to return. A terrible guilt over this darkened his mood for a time. However, the others, whom he still knew, lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All of the Nightwings knew the stakes. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so, in turn, did they think of him. So, Hedwyn is Hedwyn's one of my things to talk about. Is Hedwyn's promise was that the four of you, Ruki, Jodariel, himself, and you, the reader, would make it out to freedom. And in your noble sacrifice to get even just one more Nightwing out, you left behind everyone's favorite Nightwing of all. You. Of course you did. You idiot. Hedwyn is sorry for having broken his promise. He understands, but you are missed.
Can I press the button?
There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of them. However, some accounts of them began to paint a picture. We know they were of common birth, weak-framed, though raised with a penchant for learning. The journey to the downside left them close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found them. They brought them from the brink. They showed them the path. They pressed onward with the others. They had made a vow to help their friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, they remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of them diverge. It is said the voice which troubled them, they never heard again. Some say they helped improve the lives of other downside exiles, though whether that is true, only they know. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time, and ever after, all of us give thanks. Okay, we're going to listen to this song.
On a barren waste where the reader arrived,
The lyrics matter.
afraid and alone. When they arrived, the book of rites awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our braid till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Hedwyn prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home.
Every character has a leitmotif in the music.
Rookie Greentail
Oh my god, you're right.
has proved his worth and returned to his family by the grace of the scribe.
untouched girl. Here's the scribes in the world all around her. They have guided her home.
Tears all the wise, ever faithful to the cause of the Night Wings. He remained to the end.
Sir Gilman the Bold, ever in his quest, finding honor and glory, he has found his way home. Mammoth the Thane, born on guilty wings, ever seeking forgiveness, she remained till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Bound together, spirits tender, strands unbroken, scribes awoken. Wolfred prevailed as the night wings guide, having led them to glory. He has found his way home. The enchanter Bertrude made her rivals pay with the darkest of curses. She has found her way home.
Hell yeah.
The reader at last made the night wings whole, having bound them together. They remained to the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way
The end. Oh.
Oh my god.
True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked.
Ooh. That's
Ooh,
the end
shiny.
of Pyre.
That's a video game.
So
talk about those.
Don't mind me just crying in the club right now.
So that is Pyre. Now, I have a few notes that I want to go through real quick. But if either of you two have anything like you want to say immediately before I like start discussing some of the other stuff that I've noted here.
Man, where's the fucking sadness?
What do you mean? Where's the sadness?
Seigi's right though. It does try to like send you it does want like a very like, hey, hopeful future kind of feeling with a lot of this stuff. For sure. And a lot of the endings that we got are very much like, hey, you know what? It worked out okay. But yeah. So with that, you all have my blessing now to go and listen to the soundtrack. Now, the soundtrack is definitely my favorite soundtrack Supergiant has ever done. I mean, all their work is fucking amazing, so let's not mince words here, but I adore it so much, and I gotta tell you, the full soundtrack, which you might not necessarily find in all, like, okay, how do I put this? The full soundtrack has so many songs because there are a lot of dynamic variants, like, based on, like, even when you're doing liberation rites, it's customized to who you're going against and, like, what's happening. That ending credit song is extremely customized to what's going on and what happened to who. There's like 15, not 15, but there's like a million, like, variants of everything. There is also, like, a more condensed version of, like, the soundtrack, you know, which is just, like, all the core songs, like, a more traditional soundtrack that you're used to. That's mostly what I listen to. And in those, in like the let's say the not real soundtrack, but you know, the main soundtrack, you know, that you would listen to, there are like, I don't want to say like true versions of the songs, but there are like really good, like solid, like
it's like the core version of it.
Yeah, that's a way of putting it. Like they're just as, honestly, those versions are like just as robust, if not more so, than any of the other stuff. But like for some of those songs, you'll get like, you know, a more like full, like, this is the song kind of feeling that you'll be able to enjoy. I won't ramble on that too much, but you'll yeah, that's true too. Newbie Spud says every song has an acoustic version that you could have had Tariq play for you in game. That's correct. That guitar. I didn't fuck with the music too much in the game because I just wanted to hear the songs that were playing as we were doing stuff. But when you're playing through the game, you know, yourself, then you can pick songs to have him play for you in the Black Wagon. And that takes me to the next point, which is, folks, you can play it yourselves, and we've avoided spoilers for what happens under other choices, you know? Like, what if you lost every single right? What would happen if Ignarius had more time with Jodariel, up top or the downside? What if Sir Gilman's penance never ended? Could Pamitha make peace with her sister in any outcome? And what if the plan...
Is her arm still gonna get broke?
What if the plan failed? There are many different choices you might make for yourselves, so feel free to play the game and do so. If it were me, if I were doing another play, well, first of all, I've beaten this before a number of times, but what I would do if we were to stream this again, like immediately, which we're not, don't worry, that's crazy, but I would probably like reverse the liberation order to get more time with those core three.
Oh god, okay, I'm gonna need to go use the restroom first, but I know you said that you're not gonna give away like info and stuff, but I really want to know a little more about the backstory of like at least the trio, you know, because we didn't get enough time to. Oh my god, wait, what did you just do? I just heard the Duke Nukem. Did he? Oh shit, sorry, I hit a key. You heard right. Sorry, I hit a key on my keyboard by accident. I was so confused. I was like, what did I say that was Duke-like?
Good one, Tash! Sorry, my bad.
Yo, I'm ruined.
He's found his way home. Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yo, I'm ruined.
Oh god.
Sorry.
Okay, hold on. I am gonna use the restroom real fast.
Yeah, go ahead. I have other stuff to say, but I'll wait for Tasch to come back. Let's see here. What else do we have? Yes, good. Okay. Edgy Shadow threw 100 bits at us. Great work. Thanks, Edgy Shadow. Appreciate that. Fimir27 used 100 bits and said, thanks so much for this playthrough. Thank you, Fimir. You've been wonderful. Not just for the bits, but you've been wonderful to have around on the streams. You're a delight. Teef Pal subscribed, tier 1. Thank you, Teef Pal. Appreciate that. Danyaya sent shitpost art on Twitter. All right, now's a good time for me to pull it up. Okay. I just found out that I got shitpost art from Zenyaya. Oh, I don't know where it is.
Zendaya sent a shitpost art?
No, it's not Zendaya. Zenyaya. Did you
Zenyatta?
Did you DM it to me, or is it all right.
Oh yeah, Zenyaya. They played Michi. I remember that.
You mentioned me. Okay, sorry. My mentions are like hell. Let me see here. Oh wait, I found it. Let's. All right, I can put this on the screen for everybody, and I'll put it in chat, and I'll put it in our Grifters group chat, and I'll pull it up right now to look at.
Oh my god.
Man, it's been doing this to me lately, where it's not. All right, here we go. Let's see. The reader makes friendly conversation with the accusers. It's shit, pussy!
Oh, I see why this also might have trouble showing up. If you start a tweet with just someone's @, then only that person and anyone that follows them sees it.
No, that's mostly just my mentions are fucked up.
I love this so much.
That's amazing. That's incredible. Thank you, Zenyaya.
God.
I was gonna mention. Oh wait, no, Tasch, you wanted to talk about the trio. Well, I mean, truthfully,
I was just curious, and if we are, potentially gonna do another playthrough, I'm also totally down to learn it. Like
we're probably not, but I don't know what I could really tell you that would be safe to say on air, because a lot of it pertains to actions via other playthroughs that you learn the stuff. You know what I mean? So it's
right, yeah, okay.
I feel like it might be better to discuss it with you off air. And also, I'll be completely honest, I'm personally more fuzzy on details with the trio, because in my Liberation playthroughs, often they do go earlier, which is why I would definitely keep them around for longer, because I love them. So I honestly don't have that much knowledge on those three, but there is much more with them. There are a lot more character moments with all of them. I'll tell you off the bat that in my selection, I knew I wanted Hedwyn to go first, because I knew it was a really impactful moment for me in my first playthrough when Hedwyn went first. And then I knew everything else I said about Liberation in trying to make sure the chance was as good as possible is true. Although Jody waited longer than I planned because she didn't hug Faye yet. And I knew that needed to be in the game, or in our playthrough. So I was going to wait as long as it took for Jody to hug Faye. Because that was a really important moment to me.
Yeah. That was so good.
I'm glad to spend more time with everybody else as well, because those core three are definitely your mains, but everyone else is just as good and has just as much stuff.
Yeah, I was so surprised at how I knew we'd get attached to everybody, but it was crazy, especially for that last bit where oh, we've sent all our, what people could say, oh, we sent all our favorites first or something.
Right, yeah.
And it's like, but they're not. Like, we love all of them. And
I
just,
love all of them.
getting
No, if I
to
was
get
sending
that-
if I was sending my favorites first, I would have started with Sir Deluge.
But yeah, just like all of the characters have so much more depth than everyone. Even Ignarius. You get attached to everyone.
So you might have noticed in that cast list on the credits that people did voice this game, and there's voices in the game for all the characters. You heard the chirps. The chirps like helped inform us and how we voice them a little bit. And they're really well done, and they're done by honestly great voice actors. Like Darren
really
himself does a
good.
bunch. But like I noticed some familiar names like Cyrus Nemati, who is Dionysus in Hades. He voiced some characters in this, and a bunch of other great actors contributed to it. So there's something I need to tell you about the voice work in this game is those fake language chirps. That is very much a language that was invented and maintained for Pyre called Saurian. And I'm linking an article. You guys don't read it now, but here's an article that really great article that goes into the depth on that language and what it's made of and like how it's maintained and then stuff like that. I'll tell you that it features. The article tells you it features a lot of Latin influence primarily, but then also some Roman stuff along with Japanese. And I think Russian, he says, because he's just fond of those languages and he knows them and he likes the way they sound. So there's like stuff with the there's stuff with that speech, like even that element, which we pretty much like stomped all over in the nature of a voice through, is a whole great in-depth thing with Pyre, and I gotta tell you, like, when we first started this playthrough, which I just looked today, I didn't realize how long it'd been. It's been a couple months. We started this shit in like early July. I think, or maybe later July, I forget. But it's been a couple months. So when we started, I said that Pyre would have been my favorite game from Supergiant if nostalgia didn't make me say Bastion is my favorite. But I gotta say, folks, having this really wonderful experience with my good friends here has really even more improved my love of this game. And Pyre is now definitely my favorite game from Supergiant. And that is thanks to my friends here, Tasch and Seigi, who I'm going to link in the chat. You've been listening to their wonderful voice acting throughout this entire voice through. As many characters, they have been fucking nailing it, doing so good. I was like, I didn't expect it to go this well.
Gang.
And they are just absolutely incredible. And thank you both so much for being a part of this and having this experience with Pyre. It's been even better than I hoped.
Thank you for making us a part of this, dude. Like, God.
And you, man, like,
fun.
I designed it in such a way to like try to throw you a couple like curveballs, and I also had to like manage the cast a little weird because members of the cast continually vanish. So I had to like try to balance things in such a way where we wouldn't hit like a third of the game where one of us doesn't have anything to say. So like we did have streams where some people would talk like the whole time, like Seigi had streams like that, I had streams like that. Tasch not so much. We did have some streams where there was like long periods of time where like the first half of the stream is Tasch.
But there was also the streams where like we were introduced to Pamitha, Tamitha, Sandra, like we were introduced to like 6 different new female characters all at once. So like there's definitely streams for all 3 of us, like where things were just crazy.
It's like I couldn't make it like perfectly balanced constantly, but I could at least see to it that it would be unbalanced in equal measure, if that makes sense. So that like worked out okay-ish, but it definitely like threw you guys
Totally
some curveballs
did.
that you totally stomped. I was like, like I was up. I worked on the casting list for hours, honestly, because I was like, wait, but then so I was like plotting this whole fucking thing out before we even started doing the streams, so I'm you two like knocked it out of the park and honestly like totally saved it,
Bro.
So thank you, and you know.
We appreciate the praise, but as you just pointed out, even just with that one thing you spent hours, like you spent way longer than that on so many parts of this. Like, you made this playthrough fucking happen, and you helped, like, let it run, and you were doing like insane out of this world, like voice acting through it all too. Like, dude, you stop complimenting us so much and accept a compliment yourself for once. God damn it.
Well, okay.
You did good.
All right,
you did really fucking good.
Okay, thank you. And as thanks, I'm going to be giving you both a copy of Pyre, which Tasch did to us with Griftlands.
Bro.
So I'll be giving you. I didn't send it yet, but I'll send it later. Later today, and I'll be sending you both a copy. So in case you ever did want to play it on your own, you could. And you know, I just we did that whole thing with Griftlands with Tasch for a year.
Yeah,
you know, and
longer than that technically, but yeah.
And now we've done Pyre with me. I think what happens next is pretty clear. I think we invoke the ball into Seigi's court for the next big thing, the voice through. Don't know when, and did he leave? He left the call.
No, I think he has something happening because I saw him typing in the chat. But the timing was fucking amazing.
Wow. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! We'll give. Is he back? Seigi. I think
Hello?
Hey, Seigi.
What's up?
Invoke the ball to
Yeah, I'm
Seigi's
fine.
court. We did the big thing with, I don't know where you got cut off, or if you got cut off, or if you're actually just fucking with us. I actually have no idea.
No,
You're
it's just
too
fucking with you.
Okay, perfect.
Oh my God. Okay, I thought.
Invoke the ball to Seigi's court. For the next voice through. We don't know. Did he leave again?
No, I'm here.
Okay. Obviously, we don't know when or what or how or why or whatever. Like, it won't be like next week we're starting it or anything. Like, we don't know
I'm
yet.
not scheduled. All right.
But I think the next choice will be Seigi's, and I think it only right that we do a voice through of his choosing and on his channel. So you folks, I've linked him there in the chat. I'll fucking do it again. Where you definitely want to make sure you're following his channel, because again, I can't emphasize enough. If you only watched Pyre or my channel here, I just mentioned we did Griftlands with Tasch for like a year of this same thing.
Yep.
Over on Tosh's channel. Except, Griftlands was like much more psychotic than this. We held it together really well.
So much
Yeah,
more psychotic.
well, which comes with the fact that it's like narrative RPG game, whatever, but it's also a fucking roguelike.
Yeah.
So we were having different outcomes constantly and constantly
also
dying.
like that game's like tone lent itself to how we abused it in that way.
Oh my God.
That's the best way of putting it I've ever heard.
Yeah, so it worked with that. But that was over on Tasha's channel. So, you know, if you just watch here, then you won't see all that.
You missed
and if you don't check out Seigi's channel, then you'll miss whatever the next thing is as well. Well, I mean, I host them when we're doing it on this channel, but you know what I mean. You'll definitely want to tune into them. So I'm not just saying it to be like, oh, thank my pals by following them. I mean, like, if you're into this, which everything I have shows me that there are less people who watch Pyre, but the ones who watch Pyre are into it. So if you're like into this, you'll probably want to check out those other voice throughs with them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's be
Maybe.
real. You guys know you love it. Okay, you know you do. All right.
So with that, I am... Got that. I am through all my notes.
All
those
the
were
notes.
those were the key things
Oh
I
my
wanted to touch
God.
on for this stream. I started writing it down because I'm like, I know I'm going to start forgetting some of this shit.
Yeah. Well, I know, it was funny. I was giving Seigi shit the other night, just ahead of things, too. Even before we knew that, like, Pyre was ending this soon. I was like, hey, yo, dude, you know what this means, right? You gotta pick the next one. Like, so, like, we are going to, you know, we'll give that time to simmer so Seigi can, like, make his choice.
To simmer pool.
But yeah, like, I'm sure we'll take some time here for a bit, have some fun off streams where we're just playing stuff.
That's what I was thinking. Like,
stuff,
we still do our weekly Wednesdays at 3 p.m. get together. I presume we'll have a period of time, many moons pass. Time passes. Pyre music. Cue. We'll have a period of time where we just do, like, we dick around on whatever. You know, for a bit, you know, be it like dicking around on a shooter or like Apex, or maybe Tasch dragged us back to Griftlands for something. I don't know.
I mean, it's almost October, so
it is that time.
Also, Higgs brings up Monster Prom, which is also brilliant. That one's also funny.
Yeah, so we'll see, but
we'll have more stuff for you guys.
There will be more like this. And you know what? Before I forget, thank you, the viewer, because like I said at the start and the whole time, these Pyre streams, they're fiscally they're irresponsible. Like, they are, the numbers are like lower, and like every time I do a Pyre stream, I get 2 emails, because Twitch emails me and Streamlabs emails me to tell me, yo, like, it's like, dude, what are you doing? Everything is down. And honestly, like, the folks who continue to watch it have been like so supportive and like so into it and enjoying it that it has, well, let me be clear here. It has really driven me to like really want to keep doing it regardless of that. But furthermore, I gotta admit, I said from the start that I really wanted to do this. And I didn't care if there wasn't a single goddamn viewer, that I would tank the whole fucking channel for it, because I really wanted to do this with Tasch and Seigi.
Yeah.
But you, the viewer, came in and made it so that I didn't have to die a martyr like I planned to. And I really can't express enough my gratitude for that. Thank you. And you've all been so wonderful to, like, you've just been great, excellent jokes, a real blast, you know, to have around. God. Very fun, and you all avoided spoilers, the fan art, and of course, you know, shout out to our dear mods, Higgle, yes, you see in chat all the time. Arkham Jones, who's been modding a bit for the channel, is not a vampire. You see them around. I think they weren't around much today, but they're often on this channel saving our asses. And the Arkham Jones and It's Not a Vampire actually stream as well. Higgle doesn't. Higgle's just a mysterious entity. But
he's an eldritch being.
Yeah, Higgle is eternal.
We simply try to avoid his wrath.
Yeah. But seriously,
the all-seeing eye.
Thank you, folks. You really, really did make it. It should have been much more of a disaster, but you folks totally saved it. So thank you.
Thank you, Jinx, for the tagline of the whole thing.
Oh yeah, Jinx Crest.
Yo, I'm ruined.
Wonderful artist. Yo, I'm ruined. Indeed. There was one surprise I planted that I think nobody stumbled upon. Hey, somebody hit the banger command.
Oh, hold on. Do I need to do it? Maybe hold on. Let's see.
Did I not add it? Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, it broke.
It broke. Oh my god, we loved it too much. Wait, how did I break that? Hang on, I thought I put it in. Okay, wait, I'll show you. Banger doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, but I put it in. I'm looking at it right now on Nightbot, and it says it's in, which is so weird. Wait, can I do it? Wow, I'm blocked on my own channel.
Other than me. Wait, why does it say other than /me? That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. It's Twitch. Nightbot's freaking out. Here, I'll just post it in chat. This is what would have come up if you tried to hit banger. Here it comes. That was a little landmine I planted. If somebody tried to hit the banger command, or at least I thought I did. So never mind on that. But that's what it would have said. It says
but
for those.
In the end, the true banger was you.
It doesn't even matter. Oh wait, wrong one.
Wait, no, that's a different one. Before I forget here, looks like what do we see? Fimir used another 50 bits to say, "Until the stars shine again, if the scribes so will it." Thank you, Fimir. Jinx Crest used 300 bits, said thank you for making a game, thank you for making a game that I wanted to talk to anybody with a reality. The voice acting was incredible and fun. It's like a dream. Love, love, love. Thank you, Jinx. You're amazing. And you gave us our tagline.
Jinx, thank you.
Spud gave out 3 subs. Thanks, Spud. Always a pleasure to have you around. To WN Gamer, and Hydra Member 47 and Danish Pastry Pie. Enjoy that, folks. Thank you, Spud. Johnny McMike subbed to Prime. Thank you so much. Sorry, go ahead, Tosh.
No, just once you're done with that, we have another piece of fan art.
Oh, hell yeah. All right. Tiny B gave $5 and said, thank you so much for doing this amazing voice through. Thank you, B. We love having you around. Alex1723 donated $20. Thank you, Alex. And it says, together on their own, the journey shall be made. Yeah. Aww. Let's see our fan art here. All right. I think the grifters already have it. Let me put it on stream.
And I pasted it in the chat as well.
Let's behold it.
So.
Face anime arc. Oh my god. Oh wait, it's not on the screen. Sorry. This shit's. Oh man, I gotta fix this. All right, my bad. Here we go. Face anime arc. Yeah, fucking Elmer. That's great.
Omae wa mo shinderu.
For anyone who doesn't know, Cosmic Orange has also done a great animation from a Pyre moment as well. They're worth checking out. They're great. I love their work. They're great. Thank you, Orange.
Oh, it's hurting me. This is hurting me so much.
Johnny, Seigi, and Tasch, best triumvirate. We are your humble grifters. That is our triumvirate name. For those who don't
Grifters.
know, the Grifters.
Who is your reader? Do you even have one?
Oh shit, that's a good question. We're all 3 of us.
Wait, Higgs is our reader.
Hell yeah.
Brazil chasm.
Yes.
Oh god.
Oh god.
That does make sense. That does make sense.
Oh,
Chat's the reader. That's another good theory. Anna's the reader. That
chat
makes
as
sense.
a whole. I think that is also so good. Oh my god. Just there's so many jokes we could make here.
So that'll do it for today. Oh
my god.
Thank you, everyone. I guess that's all I got. Tasch, Seigi, do you have anything else to add, or?
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Justice. Tasch.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
This is fun.
Nerd. Okay, yeah. Okay, same.
Shut up. Shut up.
All right.
Not like I like you or anything, Bakas.
Nerd.
So that'll do it for today. And for the entire Pyre playthrough. Please look forward to we'll still stream, I'm sure, next week 3 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what channel it'll be on, but it'll probably be hosted on all of us, so we'll see.
Yeah, it might be on all of us at the same time. Who
could be that too?
knows?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. It could be. It's very possible.
Sorry, folks. For those of you who just watch Pyre, you're not used to it. Normally, what we do is every week we have no fucking idea, and we literally don't figure it out until like the day of. Like,
Sometimes like 5 minutes before, it depends.
The guiding star of Pyre has put us on track for the past few months and also helped us know what day of the week it was.
Oh my god, dude.
But normally
I'm glad we're still gonna be playing things, because if we didn't, I legit would lose myself once more in the darkness. I'm just like, what day is it? What do I have to do? Oh god, nothing. Everything.
So we now return to your regularly scheduled programming, which is we don't know, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, thank you everybody. Are either of you two going to stream for me to raid them over to, or shall I find them some other entertainment?
Not immediately, probably not.
All right, Seigi might be streaming later. Tasch?
I was thinking about it, but I think I'm too emotionally compromised.
Yeah,
I'm not emotionally compromised. I'm just like, not mentally there.
Fair.
Yeah.
I have to do like 1 or 2 voiceover things real quick.
Oh, true. God, same actually.
Before I start
yeah.
streaming.
I've got a fucking animatic that popped fully formed into my head literally last night.
Well, technically,
Hyperfixated,
I just
making-
did one of them while muted for the last 5 minutes. But like,
Bro, how do you keep doing this? How are you working at the same time that we're just hanging out? You do this like every week. I
it
don't
was a
get
quick
it.
commission. They didn't want too much. I was just like, oh, okay, you want that? Oh, okay. Mute.
Oh my god.
And I just muted real quick because you guys are talking, and like I'm listening, and like in between, it's like the same as like being in a Discord call while doing other work. I'm just so like Adobe. I've been through the trenches of Adobe. I know what everything does. It's so second nature at this point.
Justice, you are inhuman. I'm just saying. You're crazy. You're too powerful.
It's the dimension shit. He just
This is why I sit inside of my booth all the time. Okay, like I don't just sit in here.
Your booth is a pocket dimension, Seigi.
Yeah, he just like pulls himself.
Orb
into the dimension
is!
and does
Orb
whatever he
is!
has to.
I just realized this is actually the first time I've actually fully closed myself in here for this stream.
Goddamn.
It's nice up in this bitch. I like it.
God.
Well, I guess I'll figure out where to raid you folks to. You know what? I think I'll send you over to Hollow-Tones from the Wayne Radio TV crew.
Oh hell yeah!
Streaming.
Love Holly.
I love Holly. Streaming Dicey Dungeons. It's always a blast over there. I'm sure you'll have fun. So that'll be where I send you folks.
We should make everyone spam the chat. Yo, I'm ruined as the raid message.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Hit him with
they usually do that.
Hit him with the ruined.
Yo, I'm ruined
command.
Fuck
Why not? Yeah. So get that locked and loaded, and that's where we'll send you. But yeah, thanks again, everybody. Take care. Have yourselves a good one. Maybe play Pyre if you want. It's pretty good, and you'll have your own unique path with it. And yeah, until the stars align again.
Until the stars align.
Let them bitches line up.